Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to begin Dragon Quest III, a game that will hopefully be a little bit better than the last two. I mean, Dragon Quest I was actually okay. It was a rather moderate and mild experience. Dragon Quest II can go to hell. But, yeah, I think 3 might be a slightly better experience. We'll see, I suppose. We will see. I do hope this Saturday is finding you well. Remember to vote if you haven't voted yet. That's going to be up for, I'll see, probably about a month, as I've mentioned before. Go ahead and set up my announcements here really quick. As usual, you notice I haven't said thank you the last couple of streams. It's because the same group of people are to thank for all of these Dragon Quest streams happening. And they're still all awesome, and they still get gratitude. Thank you, all of you. Dragon Quest III. This is a fun one. This came out a little over a year after Dragon Quest II. A little over a year development cycle, I should say. So, almost 2 years release date. I bring that up because it's so weird to think about in hindsight. Because back then, that long of a development cycle was actually increased. It was longer of a development cycle than Dragon Quest I or II. And it showed in how they were trying very hard to try and make sure they didn't have the problems they had with DQ2 again. They were like, okay, we're going to hammer this down. We're going to release this when it's done. That's it. That's how it works. Well, what about the release date? Who cares about the release date? Now, this did lead to a bit of a urban legend that the Japanese government got involved and insisted that Dragon Quest games could not be released. That's actually a lie. There's no evidence or information leading thereto. However, it is worth noting that Enix themselves came up with the policy of releasing games on Saturdays, which became a tradition pretty much from this game onwards. Because, that way kids could have it. No school problems, right? The reason that rumor exists makes a lot of sense, though. Not only did Enix themselves implement that policy, but it is worth noting that for one of the first times ever, people were actually mugged, and several people were arrested during the release of Dragon Quest III for various Dragon Quest III related reasons. This is the seminal one, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Dragon Quest game. I was actually wondering why that is. What makes this game so much more than the previous two? And while there's some obvious answers to that, I think it really boils down to coincidence of timing, as it did with Final Fantasy VII. See, they added a lot of stuff in this one that would later become standards for a lot of other games, but wasn't actually innovated by them. Multiple classes that have been done before by Final Fantasy I. The inclusion of a luck stat that had already been done before. The idea of an airship been done before. The idea of randomized stat ups, which we'll talk about later, done before. The ability to attack allies, done before. The fact that agility actually affects the turn order had been done before. The fact that experience was distributed based on the party size had been done before. The day-night cycle had been done before. All of these features, they added quite a few new features. The very idea of a bank, of better inventory management, of being able to arrange your party order and having that actually be significant. All that stuff, none of that was really new. But that's why this game doesn't get an innovator point. Not positive, because it's not a positive. It gets a codifier point. This game gets the codifier point for JRPGs. Because, for all intents and purposes, this is the game that codified JRPGs. They took a lot of ideas that have been done before, smashed them together beautifully, and we have what is effectively the template for virtually every JRPG that has come out since, all the way up to and including things like Persona 5. A few factoids before I jump into the game proper. This game is a little bit more linear in structure. Its style and approach is more JRPG as well. If you were paying attention, both Dragon Quest I and II were effectively open-world games, far more Western in their RPG design. Dragon Quest III is far more linear, which again is kind of more the JRPG design. So that's another thing they codified there. This also means that The game is a little bit more smooth in its overall design and approach, and there's more you can do with it. This is also why the speedrun is substantially shorter, with even a glitchless run being a mere 1 hour, 41 minutes and 50 seconds, and the any percent run being 44 minutes and 27 seconds. Although the new swapped percent, which is extremely new, as in like within the last week, is down to 5 minutes and 53.15 seconds. Anyways, but now let's talk some figures here. This game, just the original NES, no other versions of the game, no other versions, just the original NES version sold 3.9 million copies. Now that may or may not sound like a lot. That's up to you. That is the 12th best-selling NES game of all time, and that's counting bundle packs. What I mean by that is some of you may not remember. Back in the day, you'd buy an NES, and it would come bundled with a game, and that would count as a sale of that game. So some games' figures are substantially boosted, which is why Duck Hunt is the second best-selling NES game of all time. Not because a lot of people bought Duck Hunt, it's because a lot of people bought a NES. But if we don't count the bundle games, which is 4 games knocked out of that list, that would put it up to the 8th best-selling NES game of all time. If you're wondering, the actual order is, in order, Mario, Mario Brothers 1, Duck Hunt, already mentioned that, Mario Brothers 3, Tetris, Mario Brothers 2, Zelda 1, Dr. Mario, Zelda 2, Excite Bike, I don't understand that one, Golf, I understand that one a little bit, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, that's a bundle one, if you're wondering, and of course, Dragon Quest 3. But 3.9 million is certainly not exactly a shabby number to begin with. It's also worth noting that they sold 1.4 million copies of the SNES game and 683,000 copies of the GBC game and 403,000 copies of the Wii game and over 1 million copies of the mobile game. Facts are still pending on that one. Now again, while this doesn't hit the levels of certain absolutely ridiculous Smash success games, you can see why this game was considered drastically, massively popular. It's also probably worth noting that there's a couple other things that this game added, which we'll talk about as we go through. But the last factoid I want to share with you is the one that amuses me the most personally. And that's the fact that this game... how do I say this? So, I mentioned before how Dragon Quest III is the JRPG, right? You know, I just finished talking about that. I also spent some time talking about Dragon Quest I and how it didn't really take off in the West. Let me add a little bit of an additional anecdote to that. Dragon Warrior, you know, this game right here on the NES, came out after Dragon Quest III. I kind of hinted at this before, but to really emphasize how much they completely missed the ball on this localization, and one of the biggest reasons why this series took so long to take off in the West, is because of the absolutely terrible timing of that. The fact that they took 3+ years for 1 to be released, which was released after 3. 3 did actually get released in the West. It's actually down there. But it got to give you further perspective on how late it was released, Dragon Warrior 3 came out after Final Fantasy IV. That is to say, on the SNES. Anyways, I suppose the first thing we need to talk about is personalities, because we are going to have a little bit of a quiz thing at the beginning here, which, similar to a later game that would come up, there's so many things in this game that establish concepts, I'm not even going to go down the full list, but this will help determine our stat spread. I said I'd talk about this. I'm going to talk about this really quick, just before I forget. Up until now, there's been a table, right, which determines how many stats you get at which level. Now, this actually wasn't true in the versions we've been playing, to my knowledge. But in the original NES version, there was just a table, and when you were this level, you gain this stats, or your stats are set to this amount, right? And I've talked about that and the usage of that when it comes to RPG design and leveling design. Something that kind of became the norm, probably because of this game, is the idea of randomized stat ups when it comes to level ups. This is something that we see in Fire Emblem games. It's something we see in Pokemon games. It's something we see in virtually every JRPG after this point in time. The way this works is really simple. Anybody who understands this. When you level up, it takes the variables involved, usually core stats, as well as class, and then determines a range, which is effectively the dice. 2d6, for example, is just 2 to 12. Then it rolls the dice, and it says, okay, well, you gain 3 in this, 5 in this, and 6 in this, and it rolls the dice to randomly determine your stats. I don't know why this became the norm, if I'm being completely honest. I don't see any benefit of it personally. In fact, I kind of prefer to have static stats, or actually what I would really prefer is distributable stats. But for whatever reason, Dragon Quest III decided to do this, and a ridiculous number of JRPGs have copied this ever since, including into the modern era. But all of this comes up with your personality. I mentioned there were certain things it uses to determine the range. One of them is your personality. Your class, and I think that's actually it in this one, are the things that determine the range on Stat Ups. We will, of course, be playing a female, and we will be trying to go for Vamp, aka Sexy Personality. And if we fail, it's not a big deal. If you'll give me a moment, go ahead and switch over to the game proper. And let's get started. No, Dr. Harmacy. We're going for Sexy. Female is the only one that can get Vamp. Vamp, or Sexy, gives the most stat ups across the board. Kind of. It's not necessarily the best, but it's the best overall. So, Seeds of Salvation. Yes, Venters. So the first thing that should happen is we should go and make our thing. And we're going to go ahead and call ourselves Runner, like we always do. Female Runner today, but that's okay. We're secure in our masculinity. We got this, we got this. I guess we could be Runneria. Runneria? Nah, it doesn't work. Runnera? Runa, maybe? It would sound more female than a runner. What would be a female version of runner? See, Runna just sounds like it's British. Runess? Ooh, I like Runess. We'll do that. We'll be the Runess today. You know, message speed fast. Music turned way down. Okay, time to fight the final boss. You ready for this? Runnus, Runnus, can you hear me, Runnus? I am she who watches over all. One day not long from now you will appear before me, a true hero. Before your long journey can begin, you must teach me something. Teach me what manner of person you are. Answer these questions as honestly as you're able. So... well, Dr. Harmacy asked which version this is. I feel like this gets across the answer to that question. But in case it doesn't, we'll just take a drink and move on. So, I forget the exact numbers, but you can get like 7 different questions, some of which can be repeats, and this determines what you get. So yeah, we're Runner. That's our name. You're supposed to put in the player name. Earthbound, excuse me. Which took it from this. We'll put in Runner as our true name. Month of her birth. What is today? 4 something, I think. What is this? 4/9? 4/10? What is today? 4/10. There we go. Okay, that question doesn't matter at all, by the way. Doesn't change anything. Now, let us begin. Do you believe that victory can be won on the field of battle? Hang on. Just for the hell of it, I'm going to go ahead and use the chart. Alright, so, victory on the field of battle. There it is. So I want to hit... Give me a second here. Looks like, yes! Victory can come in the field of battle. You prefer spells and sorcery to swords and steel. Hang on. So let's see. Swords and sorcery. There it is. Oh, hang on. One second. Gotta make sure. So I suppose I should say some more specifics. Never seen it, or at least if I have it, I remember it. Mr. Red. So each of the stats, each of the personalities changes how much stat gain you get by a variance of, I believe it either reduces the stat gain you gain in ability to 60%, or it goes as high as, I think, 115. Nope, there's 130 is as high as it goes. So there are some things that can be specific to what you want to do. It depends on your overall setup. But the reason we're going for Vamp is because Vamp gives you 110%, 120%, 105%, 115%, and 120%. And it is, it's female only, hence the female. And yeah, that's the biggest stat boost of everything. I was right, it was actually the biggest. If you are male, you can become a Lucky Devil, which gives 100, 110, 100, 100, 150. Basically normal stats, but boosted luck. So, anyways, this I'm reading the chart wrong because I shouldn't already be here. There's the boulder. Of course. I've just been maxing. Don't worry. This isn't actually necessary, but anything I could do to minimize leveling is probably something I should do. And yeah, I should probably go for that. There we go. This is what I wanted. Alright. I gotta find it again. Give me a moment. There it is. Okay, here we go. Yeah, I'm totally metagaming. Alright, so, we have victory in battle. We hit yes. Magic to a sword. Hang on. We want to get down here. That's the direction we want to go in. So let's go with... No. Do you find the companion of unfamiliar people tiresome? There we go. Perfect. So, yes. Do you believe in fortune telling? Yep, there we go. So that's a no. Yeah, I need to make sure I have the path right here. Okay. Do you enjoy physical pursuits? So we want... Yes. Do little things bother you? No. Is it unforgivable to break a promise? Yes. Do you believe in gods? Oh, crap. I think I went down the wrong path. I did! Okay, I can fix this. We just have to say no. Okay, once you begin a task, do you lose sight of other goals? We'll go with... No. Do you hold anything precious? Yes. So we get the Queen's Treachery scenario. Perfect. That's what I wanted. Alright. No, Dr. Harmacy. But I'm just doing it because sitting here grinding for an hour is not a good thing. Although it will be interesting to judge our overall path based on how we're semi-optimizing. Basically, we are going to be slightly stronger than we should be, and I will be keeping that into account. I mean, as much fun as it would be to be as minimal, terrible as possible, and keep track of that, that doesn't make for good stream time. I am interested in both being a good streamer and being a good reviewer, and the two are often in conflict with each other. Soon the jewel will be mine. Those fools across the border have kept it quite long enough, and it will suit me so much better. Very evil, obviously evil. Whatever you're doing here, soldier, do you not know that our beloved kingdom is in grave danger? Yes, those horrible rascals from across the border are planning on invading. But our wise king knows this and is preparing a daring and clever preemptive strike. The troops will be mobilizing soon. You, too, must play your part, brave soldier. I mean, a kingdom would never falsify a reason to invade another kingdom, right? Right? It's a true statement. Okay, sorry, double checking something over here. Okay, well, let's go mobilize. Ready to do my part. Eat food? I knew it, Crazy Nurse. Listen, men, those dastardly criminals from across the border are raiding an assault. I feel like I already heard this. But thanks to my dear wife, we have been lucky enough to learn of their wicked plan ahead of time. They cannot be allowed to invade our beloved motherland. Therefore, we must strike first. Is that not so, General Hannibal? Yes, Your Majesty. If this information is correct, it will indeed be in our best interest to strike first. Oh, you need not worry on that score, Hannibal. What could my dear wife hope to gain from lying? She has no conceivable motive for deceiving us. Or do you believe otherwise? No, Your Majesty. Very well, then. Go forth, men, for the honor of our beloved realm. Yes, Your Majesty. They named the general Hannibal. I do not recall your face, soldiers. Is there something you wish to say to me? No. What are you waiting for? Off to battle! Very well. Now, let me just make sure I'm doing something right. I just really don't want to screw this up, because we can screw this up really easily. And that would make all of this a waste of time. There's not many things I enjoy as much as wasting time. So we're in the scenario. Yep. Why is this being so weird? Oh yeah, by the way, in order to get tough, all you have to do is push the boulder 40 times. Yes, 40 times. Yes, really. Okay. So should we talk to him? Yeah, let's see what the bishop has to say over here. Whatever am I to do? Who are you, and what are you doing here? What am I saying? There's no time for such petty concerns. I must ask you something purely hypothetical. No basis, in fact, whatsoever. Let us suppose a certain king had certain orders, and those orders happen to be misguided. They are still the order of a king, must be obeyed no matter what! You really believe the orders of the king to be so set in stone? Yes! We must absolutely follow the king's command. No matter the cost. Very well. We will follow the king's command. At all costs. Hopefully I did that right. Yep. We are... Oh my god. Yes, that's great. Doodle. Yes, we doodle the names of our affections in the margins of our notebook, see their face in the clouds, and we do a secret smile spreads across our face. We sometimes wonder if it might be a little more obsessed with the art of love than those around you. Let me put it in your mind to rest. You are... But there's no need to worry. There's an entirely natural and healthy thing. This is your spirit, your soul, the essence of your character. To have more stats than everyone else. I am she who watches over all, and I look forward to the time when you and I come face to face at last. Okay, so we are a vamp. Stat growth, ho. In more way than one. Make sure to vote if you haven't. Our story begins on the morning of Runnus' 16th birthday. Cooey, Runnus, wakey wakey, rise and shine. What? Morning, darling, time to get up. Today's a very important day. After all, it's not every morning you ask the king himself to give your big journey your personal blessing. That's what I've been raising you for all these years, my big brave girl. Oh, okay. Well then, shall we get going? Follow me. And don't slouch, or I'll make you hold my hand all the way to the castle. No, anything but that, Mom. Come on, dear. You know where the castle is. Straight on now. Off you go, and remember to mind your manners. I won't have the king thinking you got dragged up. Okay. Yep, there it is. Vamp. Double checking. So, heal all button. That's, for the first time, the heal all button makes an inclusion to things. Let's jot that down in the positive territory. We're also going to have more options that are familiar to people who have played Dragon Quest games. But we'll discuss those more later. Welcome to Alihan Castle. Oh, yeah. Can I see the... Oh, I can't use the map yet. I'll get the map in a minute. Off now. King's waiting for you. Okay, God. You're gonna say the king is just straight on this way. If you plan on taking a break from your adventure, be sure to save your game. That's what saving is. Let me explain this to you real quick. If you go without saving, and you need to equip stuff, and you need to do battle formations. Oh yeah, battle formations was added in this game too. I think I mentioned that. It's far too dangerous to travel alone. You must visit Patty's Party Planning place in the west of town and recruit some companions. Wilmot Runner, son of Ortega. Oh, sorry, forgive me. Daughter of Ortega. Okay, so that's actually an inside joke. In the original NES version, you could pick male or female, but it literally didn't matter at all, other than the personality thing. Because everyone would still... all the text was still just the default text. It didn't change. So they all still called you the son of Ortega. But they threw this in here as a little bit of a wink to that. I have no doubt your mother has recounted the tale of your brave father's final moments many times. When he fell into the maw of that accursed volcano, the world lost a great man. However, we wholeheartedly approve of your wish to follow in his footsteps and set forth on the path of adventure. For what it is what he would have wanted, and only the child of such a hero as he could help to save our world. The foe that faces us is a dire one indeed. The archfiend, Baramos. Many of the peoples of this world do what? I mean, I don't care, Crazy Norse. Do not yet even know his name, and yet his grip on our realm grows ever tighter. He must be stopped, no matter the cost. Brave Runnus, you must free us from the archfiend's ever-encroaching tyranny. But alone you'll only meet the same fate as your father. Go and consult with Mistress Patty in town, and use this to outfit the companion she has selected for you. Well, time to go jump into a volcano. Alright, let's go rob the castle. Alright, it's locked. Dang. So, you may or may not already notice the first thing that's different about this one than the previous two. We're not on a grid in the same sense. We're basically on a SNES grid instead of a NES grid. To explain that, look at the... So this is one tile, is this door. That's one width of a tile, right? So you can see there's a tile there and there's a tile there. But we can actually go in between the tiles like this, because we're on a basically a half grid compared to the tile grid. It's just a little thing. It's a very small thing, but it leads to moments like this where you kind of bump onto things. And it's done to try and make the game look well, less like a video game, actually. It's one of the reasons why so many SNES games use that aesthetic in order to try and flesh out the visuals. That rat... guard. That rascal King Buzzer. Kirk Buzzer, sorry. Didn't mean to call the king a buzzer. Whew! Don't get my head chopped off. It was robbing houses all over town, finally got his just desserts. He's banged up in jail. Right. Yeah, that wily thief Kirk Buzzer came up with a key that can open any normal lock in existence. With one of those in your pocket, you can come and go through the doorways of the world as you pleased. Yeah, no, this This feels like they're setting us up for failure. I don't disagree, Crazy Norse. Have you seen the princess? Princess! Princess! She's right here. Those stupid grown-up won't let me go outside because they say it's too dangerous. It's that smelly old Archfiend's fault, isn't it? Oh, I hate him. It's so boring being cooped up in here. I tried to sneak out the other day, but Daddy got me. He's much more perceptive than he looks. The doors that are locked with different keys are a little bit more visually delineated now, too. It was Ortega... Sorry, wrong accent. It was Ortega who expelled me to enlist as a castle guard, you know. And yet, he went off to battle the enemy, never returned. Just can't believe he would let himself get killed so easily. Your dad was a wuss. It's pathetic. And you're a daughter of a wuss. You should hang your head in shame, you should. Anyway. This is the castle dungeon. If you're here to visit a prisoner, just go up to the bars and talk to them. But no funny business. Understand? Have you not played Dragon Quest VIII, Venters? And yes, I see you, Zektoft. But I am dead, so, you know. That wrinkly old geezer up there in Dreamer's Tower's a right piece of work. Not only did he go and get me banged up, he pinched my precious key and all. Me! The great King Buzzer himself. By the way, that's the accent they're actually speaking with. Now, this is something that didn't actually... I've said this before. This is something that didn't actually enter the Dragon Quest series until 8, chronologically speaking, in terms of release order. But since the version of the game we're playing right now was localized after Dragon Quest VIII, they went back and decided to go ahead and put some of the modern localization styles in English into the old ports. So this is one of the reasons why 4, 5, and 6 have the modern localization things, and why 3, just 3, has the modern localization thing too. Me trusty thieves key'll open any red door in the world. Don't know how to use it to... what a plonk I am. That's on screen. You can see the text right there. Wait until you see the Russian accent. It's almost impossible to read. You ain't have a key to open this door, have you? Then sling a look. I ain't got no use for you. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I can't open this door, and that's because I can't. Yeah, the Russian in Dragon Quest IV is legitimately hard to parse, especially if you read quickly like someone I know does. I've heard the cave over Promontory leads to Dreamer's Tower. Oh, by the way, you notice none of these people speak in modern English, too, which is another variance because they actually started adding dialects from this version onward, just again. I mean, I've never actually checked to see if it's true, but everyone says so. What voiceovers? Internal system error? But yeah, it's rare I have to deliberately slow down my reading to understand what I'm reading, but my goodness. No, I generally don't try to do voice acting when I'm just talking to a camera. That is a true statement. We can't go there yet, and we can't go there yet, and we can't go out there yet, so... This hell says out here. He also has a party member. I mean, party members. Oh, a nice sunny day like this. The whole idea of the Archfiend destroying the world just seems impossible, doesn't it? I wouldn't worry about it. If you leave town and wander around for long enough, eventually it'll get dark. And when that happens, you want to be careful, because the meaner monsters just love the nighttime. Yes, I've played Castlevania 2, thank you. You see that funny little island to the west of town? Why no? Walk away a little west, and you'll spot it soon enough. The building standing on it is known as Dreamer's Tower, and a strange place it is too, and that's the second time I've mentioned it, so you should probably go there next. You're Ortega's son, aren't you, the hero? Oh, a daughter! Oh, that's... sorry. Hello. I'm your local goldsman on the bait, here to keep the streets fair trouble. You may set off on your quest safe in the knowledge your hometown is in good hands. I actually don't remember. If we can, it's the first time we can, but I'm not sure. Hey, we can enter the wells. There's a... This is not good well water. Welcome to the Mini Metal Manor. Okay. So, some of you probably know what mini metals are, but on the off chance you don't, mini metals were a concept introduced, well, in 4, actually, but the idea is there's these little hidden items, and they're throughout the whole game, and they're usually moderately hidden, not very hidden, and extremely hidden, respectively. The more you get, the more items you collect. They're basically an unlock. Like if you have 10... At 10, you get a certain item. At 15, you get a certain item, etc. It's a long-standing tradition of the Dragon Quest series that kind of started with 3. And the reason I say kind of is because they ran into an interesting problem with Dragon Quest 3. Now, I don't want to alarm you, but this was a NES game, or more accurately, this was a Famicom game. And they simply had limited space, like literal limited space on the cartridge for stuff to put in. So there were 3 or 4 ideas for game design that they came up with, which were axed from Dragon Quest 3, which eventually ended up in Dragon Quest 4. So technically, Mini Metals started in Dragon Quest 3, but they weren't actually in the game because they literally couldn't fit it into the game. So in the remake, of course, or the remaster, excuse me, we have Mini Metals back. Many thanks for dropping by. I'm trying to max out my collection of mini medals. If you find any, bring them to me and I'll maximally make them worth your while. Heavens knows why, but when I met the boss here, I got the strange feeling he was a king and I had to protect him. So I followed him down here, you see. Just feels like the kind of thing a big shot the Archfiend or someone might want to bump off, you know? So, here's the mini medal prizes. A whip, a garter, and a boomerang, a strength ring, that's good. Scholar's specs, agility ring, that's also good. Weightlifter belt, stealth suit, flame tang, boomerang. Astrea's abacus, the bandana, dragon tail whip, that's really good. Dragon claws, dragon robe, the staff of resurrection, the blessed bikini, female only, by the way, and the Gringham whip. By the way, that's the other reason to play female in this game. Females have access to a couple pieces of equipment that males don't, and they're better. That's all there is to that. Can't open the chest. It's too locked. I'll just have to murder the guard and steal all his stuff. A vamp is just a personality, not a class. Our class is hero. But stat-up-wise, it boosts every single stat game. All of them. Oh, I already talked to him. Possibly Dirk? I mean, this game did come out in the mid-'80s. But, yeah, no, it is objectively superior to play an all-female party in this game. Welcome back, darling. Did you see the king? Were you nice and polite like you promised? Yes. Thank goodness for that. I was petrified you'd trip over or say the wrong thing or... it doesn't matter now. You have the king's permission to go off adventuring. You're officially a grown-up! Anyway, you must be ever so tired after all the excitement. Off to bed! So, this game has probably the least characterization of any Dragon Quest game, with the possible exceptions possible exception of one. Because, it's all... there's the main character, which is the blank slate as usual. And then there's all the party members which you make. So... This is the castle town of Alihane. As you know, if you're planning on heading out for a while, you can do worse than visit the picturesque village of Reeve to the north. I hear there's a Kate Sith there, too. What do we got for items? Ooh, a piece of shield. Just checking some prices here. Oh, that's right. So So this is, I believe, the first time in which loot can be in things other than chests. Like that. I just need to be in that mentality, because I'm not used to it. Well, Tegu was real hero material, you know. Your father was something special, and his father before him, and his father before him. You've got a lot to live up to, Ranus. Don't let your grandfather down. I'm not sure who I'll put the strength on yet. So, we'll talk about classes in a minute. Because we gotta talk about classes. The castle is closed at nighttime. You have to go there during the day if you want to go there. Actually, our dad was the chosen one. He died. Welcome to Rainbow's End Bank. This is where banks were introduced to the series. If you're looking to put together a solid party, you'll want a warrior, a priest, and a mage. We're not doing that. We're doing a slightly different party setup. Let's pray for peace. Even if it brings us only one day closer to salvation, it will be worthwhile. Wayward children, would you like to record your save? Yes. Boy! That's actually funny because this is the first Dragon Quest that is not an open world game. So thanks for that, Twitch. Hey, Patty. Welcome to Patty's Party Planning Place. If you want to find new party members, this is the place to be. Same goes if you want to ditch them, for that matter. So, what's our roster? We've got a warrior, a priest, and a mage, who have terrible personalities. They've got a meathead, a socialite, and a narcissist. That's awful. Let's, see if we can make someone new. I forget how to generate new people. There's a way to do it. No, internal system error. There's story, and then there's gameplay. They're two completely separate axes. You've got your martial artists. They're quick as you like. And then there's your thieves, which was added for the remake. Good for treasure hunting, obviously. Then, of course, there's merchants. They can appraise items for you. Pretty useful. Don't go anywhere near the gadabouts, though. Useless, jokey lot they are. A bunch of clowns, if you ask me. If you insist on having one along, leave it until you're strong enough to carry some serious dead weight. Oh, if heroes are chosen by the heaven itself, the sages are chosen by gods! Through trials and fearsome and bad for the health, they'll make it against all odds. Welcome to Premier Adventurers Listing Service. With pals, you're sure to build a winning team. We're here to help you get the hottest adventuring talent out there off the dole and onto your roster. Tell us what you're looking for, and we'll deliver a qualified professional directly to the party planning counter. So you're looking to bolster your roster? Yes. Okay. Let's start with a name. Anybody? You can use the rule of 3 here. Looks like it's gonna be dramatic pause. Still waiting. Crazy Norse. Okay, that's appropriate. That's not gonna fit. Your name is now Crazy. You are female. I want you... So, do you want to be the gadabout, the merchant, or the priest? Because that's going to be our party. I should probably talk about these classes. Warrior is exactly what it sounds like. They hit like a truck, and they got lots of health, and they're awesome. Yeah, they're the best class in the game if you like grinding. Warriors are expensive as crap. Generally speaking, if you have more than one warrior in your party, you're doing something wrong, or you really like grinding, because you will be dumping buckets of ducats on warriors. That's their detriment. Martial artist. Martial artist is kind of the exact inverse of that. They are super strong and can kill things in the face, except they are total glass cannons. They are practically worthless in terms of taking a hit, so pure DPS, right? However, they cost basically nothing. They don't have the ridiculous gear requirements of the warrior. Mage is the offensive and buff-debuff caster, and can learn mage spells, and they're a glass cannon. Priest can learn heal spells, and is a glass cannon, but also can do some decent stuff as far as combat. Merchant's a weird one. So the way Merchant works is they gain experience, let me say this more differently. They level faster than everyone else. And they get a really good access to early equipment. So they start strong, but they taper off pretty badly. There's a certain point at which they plateau. And even though they will be multiple levels higher than anyone else in the party, they won't be quite as good. However, a merchant, I'm just going to spoil this for you, is mandatorily required, at least at one point in the game. So we're just going to invite a merchant, and the early part of the game is the best time to have a merchant. So I should probably mention that the merchant was in the original Famicom version, was very popular, and led immediately and directly to the creation of a character named Torneko, who some of you probably know of, who became very popular and something of a mascot of the series from 4 and onwards. Gadabout. The Gadabout is pathetic and terrible and awful. The Gadabout actually has a chance to literally do nothing every round, doesn't learn spells, has terrible equipment selection, and bad stat growth. So, what's the catch? At level 20, you can do a class change. Now, there's only 2 types of class change. One of them is to change into another class. You might be thinking, why bother? Well, what happens is you keep half of your stats, all of your spells, and everything else gets reset. So, for example, if you level Priest to 20, and then reset and become a Mage, by the time you have leveled Mage to 20, you'll have the full spell set of both, and about 1.5 the stats of both. Make sense? So, that's how they handle multi-classing on this one. Now, the other way you can do a skill change, or excuse me, a class change, is there's a class called the Sage. The Sage is the super class. It has all the spells, good stats, and access to good equipment. It's like the Sage usually is in these type of games. The Sage, you have to get a special item for doing a whole thing in order to be able to turn into a Sage. Or you're a Gadabout. A Gadabout just gets to turn into a Sage for free at 20. So a Gadabout will be a complete lead weight until 20, at which point they will become a free nuker, which is why we're going to go ahead and have a Gadabout. Thieves are new things. I don't know thieves that well, but I do know that they have a thing where they have a chance to just rob items. There's no steal command. It's just there's items that will be gathered at the end of combat because you have a thief in your party. I should probably mention that merchants get you more money after combat, which is extremely useful, by the way. And on top of that, merchants allow you to appraise items. Yes, they are Gadabouts are straight up Magikarps. Anyways, so Crazy Norse wanted to be a Gadabout. Yes. Oh yeah, so you take the form of 5 attributes, enhancing seeds which give your party members a much needed boost, aka we choose their personality. So I want you to be a vamp. Let's see if I can remember the exact thing here. Give me a moment. And by remember, I mean look it up. Whoop, whoop. There we go. I mean, this doesn't matter as much, but for the Gadabout, I kind of want the best stat gain I can. So I'm going to go ahead and try to optimize at least this one. Okay. By the way, there is such a thing as a 3 Gadabout run. It's similar to the 4 White Mage run from FF1. It's, It's, no, Zach Taft, you kidding me? Too small scale. Too much attention. By the way, you can also get rid of party members and get new ones later, so you're not stuck with party members, unlike, say, FF1 or FF3. Okay. Why is this not giving you the information on? Hang on. I think it's on the other page. Sorry. Just give me a minute here. Here we go. Okay, so let's go ahead and go with Wisdom, Resilience, Wisdom. Whoop, I didn't mean to hit no. Shoot, hang on, I might have screwed that up, hang on. Damn it, yep, I just deleted you by accident, crazy. Sorry. I'm just ignoring you at this point, Von Falkenstein, if that's okay with you. It's okay, you're back. Okay, Gadabout. I can be honest with you. You're irritating me. Socialite. I'll accept that. That's weird, though. There should be a specific seed setup which gets specific things, and I can't seem to find it. It's really irritating. Sorry, I'm reading. Give me just a second here. Oh, here we go. I think I found it. Okay. So wait, Gadabout is this thing. No. I delete you, crazy. Clown, if you're wondering, just for the hell of it. Clown gives you increased agility, reduced resilience, increased int, and mildly increased luck. It's not bad. It's about an average personality. It is a 40% up. What I really want might not be available. Let me double check here. There's apparently a percentage chance here thing, too. Here it is. Okay. If I don't get it this time, I'm just going to say whatever. I don't care that much about min-maxing. Whoop. It's okay, you don't get a choice in the matter, Crazy Norse. Alright, so I need... I could make you a princess. Actually, can I? Oh yeah, I could totally make you a princess. That'd be easy. We could also, so we need... It's only going to be a 6 in 29 chance. Oh, really, Von Falkenstein? Well, Crazy Nurse will be other female then, sure. I'm fine with that. Yeah, let's just go for it. Let's just go for it. And you're an egghead. Yeah, that's okay. That works. Hang on. What's Egghead give? I'm curious. Give me a second. Egghead's gonna... Oh. Oh, that's awful. That's terrible. No, I'm sorry. No. That's a bad personality. That's a stat detriment personality. Hang on. Screw it. You're gonna be a princess. I can 100% a princess. I don't feel like going for 6 of 29s. 6 of 29. You're a princess. Luck. Seems like quite the princess. Bam. Yes. Okay. The worst stat by far is Gourmand. Oh, sorry, Gourmand and Mule. Both of those have a whopping negative 90% to stats. Which is just... Whew. So you don't want a Gourmand or a Mule. Those are terrible. Okay, so, who wants to be our second person? Looks like Takoida. Takoida, do you want to be the merchant or the priest? Doubting the pronunciation or spelling of your name for some strange reason now. So you'll be a guy. Priest it is. So let's see what personality we can give you. What are our 100% personalities? What do we got here? Oh, Princess is the only personality we have a 100% chance to get. Oh, wow. Gourmand is a 1 in 3 chance if you max out your vitality. I kind of want you to be that, though. So we're going to crank your agility, I think. Yeah, let's do that. It's okay, agility actually started affecting things in this game. Quite the scatterbrain. What? Which one's scatterbrain? Hang on. Ooh! Yeah, no. Back into the oven with you, Takoida. That's a negative 50. No, we didn't get a vamp. I'm a vamp, but I'm going to be the only vamp, so I'm going to have the best stat gain of everybody. So, priest. Okay, let's try this again. God, this really is just Pokemon, isn't it? Start over. Check the stats. Oh, I was looking on the wrong class. That's why. I'm a dummy. Which one of these is priest? Male priest is... Priest. Is this priest? Nope, that's merchant. Where the hell's priest? Priest is dead. Long live the priest. Here we go. Okay, found it. Alright, what can we make here? Here we go. Looking at the right chart this time. That's not a bad choice. It's a 4/5 chance. We could also make you let's just go with the 4/5. Let's not spend too much time here. So have some luck, Dakota. Lucky double. I'll take it. Last person. This is going to be our merchant. Whoever it is, you're going to be our merchant. And that's going to be Dr. Harmacy, which cannot fit. I'm afraid, Mr. Harmacy, that you are no longer a doctor. I could call you D-Harmacy, but that just sounds like D-Harmony. Male, merchant. Alright, hang on. So, male merchant. No, merchant. There we go. God, male merchant looks so dumb. Alright, so. Let's see here. Let's roll the dice. So, hang on. Acrobat or Daredevil? Hang on. Acrobat is bad. Daredevil is okay. Bat out of hell is what we want. So let's roll the dice. And that's going to be just straight up agility. Come on. Bat out of hell. Yes! Quite the bat out of hell. That's the best male personality type. It's kind of the vamp equivalent. It's not as good as Vamp, but it's still good. Okay, we has our party. Might be the party we use for the rest of the game, not sure yet. I'd like to pick up some people. So there's Crazy. Dakota. And here's Dr. Harmacy. Alright. Oh my god. Crazy is winking at us every time she walks. It's okay, she's completely worthless. For 20, 19 levels. Alright, we got all that done, let's get a save in. Alright. So hang on. We need to talk to some NPCs and see if we can figure some stuff out. Unfortunately, and I hate to say this, but I actually think I agree with Geludo. The fact that nothing tells you that the personalities affect stats is bad. The fact that nothing tells you which personalities affect which stats is bad. The system itself is actually kind of neat, and, you know, the whole class, job, recruit, make people thing is probably getting a plus, but the fact that all of this stuff is effectively walkthrough is a negative, so plus to gameplay, negative to gameplay. In the manual? Even if it is, doesn't count. It's not in the game. That's been our policy for some time. Whoop. If the personalities were added in the remake, then that's actually even less of a good thing. Because there's no excuse at that point for the information to not be in the game. I should probably... So we've got equip, which is obvious, an actual equip screen. The lineup screen, so yeah, Crazy. So we'll do... me, then Harmacy, then Dakota, then Crazy. Oh yeah, tactics is a thing, by the way, for the first time. I don't know if it's the Dragon Quest standard. I suppose the only way to do that is to test, so I suppose we'll do that. So, Takoida, focus on healing. Crazy. Show no mercy. Sort. I already talked about that. That's the Traveler's... Oh, hang on. Traveler's Tips. Do you say anything about personalities? Actually, just look at these. What do we got? What do we got? Blah, 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 blah. Did you know you can loot stuff that aren't treasure chests? Yeah, Ogre Battle does the same thing, Dr. Harmasu. I feel like there's at least one other, but I don't remember it off the top of my head. I feel like it's an SMT game. Nope, does not share. Darn. Hey, Loner. Well, we has party. Elihan sits upon a body of land surrounded entirely by the sea. On the other side of that sea are massive land masses larger than we island dwellers could ever... By the way, we're in Britain. Ah, if only I could catch a glimpse of those distant shores just once before I die. Yeah, exactly, Dylan Joda. And they started with this game. Again, this is a codifier for so many RPG tropes. It's a little silly. Still don't have a map. Dang it. Well, let's do the Dragon Quest standard. Let's fight some slimes. Might be Australia? I don't... I keep wanting to pull up a map because I don't remember exactly where we are. As soon as you see the map, it'll be pretty obvious. Although... it's kind of like America there. I don't know. We'll figure it out once we get the map. Should probably buy some gear, just occurred to me. What do we got? I don't remember which is where, I'll freely admit it. That's why I keep hitting this button, hoping to pull up the map, and failing at it, because, you know. But yes, this is probably the first JRPG that also started the trend of, it's secretly the real-life planet, which, honestly, that actually irritates me in later games, but, you know, whatever. I'm probably just gonna jot down this positive for that. Yeah, like, I don't know. It's not exactly a very common trend, but it just tends to irritate me when it happens. Oh, it was Earth all along. I already answered you, Zactaft. Too little power for too much detriment. It's not worth it, put simply. Yeah, it's doing the typical... So the typical Dragon Quest AI thing. Some people argue this is a bad thing. I don't agree with that. But the way it works is this. So you can turn on the AI or you can turn it off. That's the option, right? If you turn off the AI, it's just manual control. Now, that is harder than if you turn on the AI. Let me explain what I mean by that. In these games, and this goes all the way until more modern Dragon Quest games, everyone selects their actions, and then actions happen per agility. Which means certain people do... The order in which actions happen depends on the agility rating, okay? Now, that also has a variance, so it's not necessarily going to always be exactly the same, because it's a roll each time, right? So, let me explain what I mean by why manual control is harder. Let's say Von Falkenstein and Diligent Dodo are in my party, and someone in the... So I'm like, okay, Diligent Dodo, attack that bird, Von Falkenstein, attack that slime. Then the slime attack goes first and attacks Diligent Dodo, and then the bird goes second and attacks Diligent Dodo, and Diligent Dodo is then low on health. Now, I can't do anything about this because I've already committed. I've committed my actions, right? So now, Diligent Dodo will attack the bird, and Von Falkenstein attacks the slime. Next round, I can start to heal. The AI is not limited by that. The AI decides its action when its turn comes up. So if the AI, in the middle of the turn, says, oh, he just got hit by 2 mobs, can then heal. Sense make? This is the Dragon Quest standard. This has been in pretty much every Dragon Quest game since 4. I don't know if it was in the original NES of 3, but it's obviously in this one. So. That's what I mean by that. Now, I think that's a good thing, but that's just me. What's our money like? Not great. Let's kind of poke around the bridge. Let's see what's on the other side of the bridge here. Yeah, we're fine. Oh, yeah, more monsters or different monsters at night. I actually don't remember which. Yeah, that's why it's kind of a situation. The biggest thing that salvages it from being an active negative is the fact that it is a completely optional thing. You can use the AI or you can not. And it's good AI, too. Like, it's not badly designed. That's why there's the settings. I should talk about that really quick. So we've got... whoops, wrong thing. Tactics. So we've got Show No Mercy. Show No Mercy is hold absolutely nothing back. The only thing it calculates is the absolute maximum amount of damage it can do per turn. So it will use items, use abilities, and use mana, just... Fight Wisely is kind of the default setting. That weights certain actions. It can heal, it can attack, and it can cast, but it kind of spreads it out a little bit. Watch My Back is specifically trying to defend, protect, buff. Don't use magic is obvious. Focus on healing is obvious, and Follow Orders is just manual control. And yes, this would become a template for many games hence. Not just the DQ series. Crazy just tried to run from the battle. And Crazy is doing nothing. Being Crazy Norse. I would probably say no, Mega Mike. At the absolute worst, that would be the absence of a positive. I mean, if you want to, Geludo, go for it. In Dragon Quest games, I usually prefer to use the tactics menu. I should probably point out that you can also, at least in most of the later games, I should verify this in this one, you can also adjust the tactics. Yep, you can adjust the tactics in mid-fight. So you can be like, hang on, you do this, and you do this, and you do this, but also you do this, and you do this, and you do this, and you can adjust it on the fly. Some of you who've seen me play Dragon Quest games on stream before may have noticed that my general approach is to leave everyone on either Fight Wisely or Don't Use Magic, with one person on Focus on Healing, assuming I'm in the yellow line. And then if things get real and I need to do something specific, I go to all Follow Orders and manually adjust for a bit. And then once I'm a little more recovered, I turn it back to the AI. And I just kind of adjust the AI on the fly as I go. That's my usual approach. And yes, Savicom, you are correct. On the Earthbound thing, but also the later thing, the tactics thing. How are we doing on money? We can afford 1 copper sword, which we're going to grab for Harmacy. We're going to miss the town. So you can switch... So, okay. We're kind of committed to classes, but not really, Dream Whisperer. The way it works is right now I can take all 3 of you and just throw you in the trash and recruit 3 brand new party members. The problem with that is that would mean I would have 3 new party members starting at level 1. However, once I throw you into the bin, I can pull you back out and you've retained your levels. It's not like you are deleted. Make sense? Now... That being said, as I mentioned earlier, there is a multi-class thing where I can, at level 20, reclass you down, and you retain half the stats and all of the spells from the previous class into the new one. Why are you sleeping on the grass? You're the little neat lady I met at Patty's place, aren't you? Well, whoever you are, just look at that moon. Glug, glug, glug. There. Of course, shops are closed. Oh yeah, music is different at night. Of course. Ironically, in my experience, it's better to roam at night and be in town at day. Even though you'd kind of think it's the total opposite of that. I'll just go ahead and wait until it's daytime. I'll get enough money. It's almost daytime anyways. Get enough money for a copper sword and maybe something else. But yes, you can keep reclassing if you really want to. I wouldn't recommend it. That's grindy as hell, but... No, you can just sleep at the end, Dakota. Just 2 gold to just kind of warp it to morning. I've been leaning towards going ahead and pushing the merchant towards being a warrior Harmacy. In my experience, having a main character, exactly Mega Mike, and they're more profitable too. Main character warrior, or rather, main character melee sage healer is a pretty good setup, and that's probably what I'm going to go for in this situation. Kind of basic, but, I thought about trying out Thief, but the only way I could do that is to effectively lose one of my melees, and I don't know, I don't like having only 1 melee out of a party of 4. Unless I have buffs for days. You should see my party in Dragon Quest VII, Savicom. Yes, the merchant is mandatory for the plot once. It's the only class that's mandatory for the plot. I suppose that's a fair thing. I could do something like turn my healer into a thief. Unless I could have a thief who can heal. That's not a terrible idea. I'm actually not sure, Crazy Norse, honestly. Yeah, you can also, I mentioned that having a merchant is mandatory. I actually like the merchant class, and I think it's a decent class, and of course the extra gold gain is rather well beloved, but it is worth noting that you can just get to the point where you need a merchant, go get a merchant, and then be done with it, and just throw the merchant at the quest, and you're good. So that's probably not going to be a negative, is what I'm trying to say. It's just a whatever. So, hey, give me a copper sword, please, for my merchant. And I'm not giving anything but armor to Crazy, because all I care about Crazy is that he lives. Do I have anything to sell? I don't think I do. Nope. Seeds. So this, unfortunately or otherwise, also starts another trend in the Dragon Quest series. Seeds should always go on the main character. There's a couple of exceptions to that rule, but really, all Siege should always go on the main character. In so many of these games. Sorry, let me check something here. I actually forgot the game gave us a little bit of additional equipment. So... Hello? Can I not? Okay, fine. Here, take this. Sure, Crazy Norse. Here, have a stick. Please don't hit me with it. Because, you know, you're you. And Takoida will give you a club. You're a priest, after all. And yeah, just like how Stat Items go on Sora. Yeah. And in Breath of Fire, the main characters get auditing, etc. Even in games where it's worth raising the stats of your party members, there's usually some reason to not do it, like, say, they're not in your party the whole time. Okay, Crazy Norse. I'm gonna trust you on this one. Gonna have to get used to hitting up on that instead of down. I'm hitting up for like 3 days solid now. I should probably get a heal in. Get some mana back up if nothing else. I believe the club is better on Falkenstein. But I don't want to have too good of a weapon on Crazy Norse. He's got some issues, you know what I mean? Alright. Alright. Now, I didn't know that, Von Falkenstein. That's amusing. A 3-merchant party would certainly be interesting early on. No, the hero can only ever be the hero. Money, Crazy Norse. Money, money, money. And you can appraise, but money's the big one. Which is funny, I believe... actually, I don't remember which one it was in the original, because in the DS remakes they switched it around. But either 5 or 6 was the first one where you could actually swap your class in the main character. Welcome to the village of Reeve. Kate's hit the joke. If you spot something suspicious when you're out wandering, 9 times out of 10 it'll be something interesting. Just don't gawp from afar. Get up close! Okay, God, jeez. Sell some nice stuff, which we absolutely cannot afford. I should push this boulder 50 times. Or 40 times, sorry. Oh, hey. Blimey! With that kind of strength, you'll go far in this world. You a lot of travelers, are you? Oh, from Elahin, huh? Don't tell me you come looking for a wrecking ball, too. Honestly, what is so good about these things that people go traipsing around the countryside looking for them? God. Yay. Bank, right? Nope, that's an items. Have you managed to get hold of the thief's key yet? No. Well, you didn't hear it from me, but there's a cave in the woods south of here that leads to the Dreamer's Tower. If rumors are true, there's an old man there who might have exactly what you're looking for. Excellent. Let me rob you while I'm here. I now have Diary of a Hard Man. Now you might like, what the hell is that? Well, give me a second, I'll tell you. The diary... Dramatic pause. Is not on this freaking list. Oh, here it is. Sorry. Let's just do it this way. Diary of a Hard Man will turn someone's personality into Meathead. So there's a bunch of items like these that change their personalities, thus changing their stat change. Meathead, if you're wondering, I'll pull it up right here, gives negative 40%. Oh no, I'm reading that wrong. No, that's right, negative 40% total stats. It's actually really good for your strength, though. It boosts it quite a bit. It just nerfs almost everything else as a consequence. So we're going to go and transfer that down to the bag. Oh yeah, by the way, we have a bag on us to have solved. So actually, the inventory problems have now been solved. So for the first time in one of these games, we have a decent inventory system. I actually have no idea if it's limitless or not. I suppose I don't know how to look that up. Let's just Google it, see what we got here. Apparently, the bag actually was invented for Dragon Quest VI. The original, obviously. Yeah, exactly. A lot of this stuff has been backported, so it's hard to gauge which of this was innovative at the time and how much of this was innovative later. So I've seen 3 Reddit threads that all agree that the bag space is infinite. And in my own personal experience, I've never even run into a bag limitation size. So I'm going to go ahead and just say it's effectively limitless. Assuming it's based on the ones in the later games. Which, obviously, I'm guessing on that. Yeah, 3 introduced the bank, 6 or 5 or whatever introduced the bag. If you've been paying attention, we've had the bank this whole time in the remasters. But this is the first time we've had the bag. The difference is the bag is on us. Oh, and there's actually another weird little caveat, assuming this works like the way other bags do. So I actually like this system. In your inventory, stuff generally doesn't stack, or it only stacks to a certain size. However, in the bag, everything stacks. So, 15 cypress sticks take up 1 slot in the bag. Make sense? Now, you're probably thinking, why do you like that? Well, ignoring the fact that I like that it stacks in the bag, there's also the fact that it makes sense for the inventory because it limits you in what you can carry into battle. As I've said many times, limited inventory in combat actually makes a lot of sense from a gameplay design perspective. It's just limited inventory, period, does not. The Kingdom Hearts method. You can have 99 potions, but you can only carry 4 into combat, that kind of a thing. So, same application. In fact, I should probably jot that down. While we're at it. I'll be 100% honest, I don't remember if it's 99 or 255, but it's one of the two. Usually don't run into that. You can access the bag out of combat. Like right now, and let's say I just burned all my items there, I could be like, okay, hang on. Go into the bag, pull out all my items, drag them back to here. And here you go, like I said, you can see how the medicinal herbs are not stacked there because limited inventory size in combat. Like that. So again, good stuff. At least hypothetically good stuff. So many birds that want to kill. Where are all these skulls coming from? Where do you get these skulls? Yeah, let's give that to Dakota. And I usually tend to do this kind of thing pretty regularly. And now that I have a bag, I'll be doing that pretty regularly. A bird cosplay committee. I don't remember the poem well enough to quote it by memory, but you know, quoth the raven. Oh wow, it's rain. Damn. Always with the rain. What are we doing? Doing okay, doing okay. Money! Delicious money. And now I am free to climb the tower to my heart's content. After I killed that frog. Nevermore. Nevermore. Plugging in my phone so don't lose chat. Hey, I discovered an additional gold coin. That's the first time it's proc that I've seen it. If memory serves, it's a chance to get more gold, and the amount of gold you get depends on the encounter you had. Might end up turning around at about this point. We're doing okay, but Dakota's mana isn't infinite. I mean, honestly, me and Harmony are kind of going to be carrying the party for a little bit, with Dakota backing us up. But me and Harmony are the DPS, and that's just how that is. We'll see how we do. Oh yeah, this is yet another Dragon Quest game where there are hardly any bosses. I was looking that up. There's a few. Did I read that right? Yeah, so Crazy Norse's luck is at 53 now. Jesus. Well, so far the story is, so you know, there's this thing of pure evil you need to deal with. No, I don't think it's a bug. I think he's just getting good dice rolls on his gadabout class. The biggest detriment to letting them target things, by the way, is they'll target whatever. And generally speaking, they'll target whatever they can do the most damage to, which may or may not actually be the best target to hit. And it pretty much is the opposite of focus firing. Yeah, so far the story is, so there's this evil lord who hasn't actually taken over the world yet, but he's on his way to. Your dad failed to stop him, so could you, like, fix that? Thanks, appreciate it. Live crazy. Aww. Also, shush. So come. But still, aww. I mean, I know you're crazy, Norse, but having some issues here. Yeah, the encounter rate is the usual, too high. It's just whatever. I'm not going to excuse it at this point. It's just negative to encounter rate. Moving on. These levels are coming reasonably well so far. I'm surprised the merchant isn't further ahead than of everyone else as much as he probably should be. having access to zoom. So, gameplay negative, probably. Encounter rate. Just gonna jot that down now. As a potential, for obvious reasons. Oh yeah. Localization is probably going to be a story positive. Maybe two. We'll see. Dragon Quest games tend to have some of my favorite localization. No joke. But then again, I like puns and I like flavor, so what the hell do I know? Starting to think there was no encounters in here. I went like 10 feet without getting an encounter. That's impressive. I should probably turn around, honestly. Yeah, I should probably get back to town. Yeah, let's get back to town after this. Without Takoida healing us, there is no hope. Die if you must, Harmacy, but Crazy Norse must live. I shouldn't have gone for this one. How's our money doing, speaking of which? Not bad, not bad. Yeah, let's get out of here. So. I guess that's a part of that. Sure. I don't know, Harmacy, I'm getting worried about you, buddy. Here's some other dude as your shield. Sorry, no spoilers, no spoilers. 2 more episodes. Harmacy's starting to get a lot more gold after battle, which is excellent. Keep finding us that delicious gold. Okay. We've gone down a tier in enemy encounters. We should be safe-ish until Harmacy dies, because 3 hits will kill him right now. I love how Crazy is pretty much not in combat for every single one of these encounters. Like, if Crazy wasn't even here, you wouldn't even be able to tell the difference. No offense. You're terrible! No, wrong way, wrong way. I love how Crazy actually has the most HP. That's probably the luck stat talking right there. I forget all of what luck affects in this particular game. Usually it's a crit modifier, but I don't actually know in this case. We just have to make it to town. Almost there. Almost there. And then they're gonna kill Harmacy. Because I want to Sage Savacom, obviously. I don't remember. Yes, this is on Game Boy Color. Yes. I even mentioned it's selling figures earlier. It was like 608,000 items sold, which I think makes it like the 5th best-selling Game Boy Color game of all time. No. Live! Live! We're inches from town! You're gonna die to slimes! Okay, we're good, we're good. So I should mention one other thing this game did that I actually don't like, personally. I mean, I do like it, and I abuse the hell out of it, but I also kind of don't like it. So, what they do in this game, and this was the first JRPG to do this, to my knowledge. I could be wrong about that, don't quote me. To my knowledge, this is the first JRPG to split exp. You fight an enemy, it gives 400 experience. You have 4 party members, each party member gets 100 experience. That system was added in Dragon Quest III. Now, the significance of that... So I don't care for that to begin with, because, well, most of these JRPGs don't tell you the exp you actually get. They tell you the exp the encounter gave, and so you have to just kind of guess how much exp your party's getting. Breath of Fire has that problem several times, for example. And that always just kind of irritates me. It's effectively lying to the player. I don't remember Mega Mike, that's why I asterisked that. That being stated, this was the first Dragon Quest game to do that. I know that with total certainty. The reason I mention that, though, is there is a benefit to that system, and that is, well, you can remove party members from your party, and you can go out with smaller members of parties, in which case they will level substantially faster because they're getting more experience, quadruple experience if you just go out with just the main hero. And I do like having that option. I do like being able to say, yeah, you know what, I just want to do a solo character run, and the levels accommodating that, I mean, Lord knows I do that constantly in FF6, so what the hell do I know? Hi, Twister. You know what, let's buy a couple things. Hang on. I don't... You mean the donation from a few weeks ago, or is there a new one, Sassy Saddles? If you mean Patreon, then I haven't seen a Patreon thing, and that is going to take me a minute to double check. I can do that. Yeah, it's the D&D norm, which actually irritates the hell out of me in D&D as well, if I'm being completely honest. But that's more because D&D's experience curve is bullcrap. It's one of the reasons I completely ejected it, years and years and years ago. Thank you, Twister. Alright, let's see here. I do not have a patron named Sassy, so make of that what you will, Sassy Saddles. Hey, additional gold. And Crazy is now level 5. Excellent. Keep level 15 to go. 15 to go, and then you'll be, well, one of the strongest party members. Okay. Not getting any weapons for Crazy, for obvious reasons. Yeah, I think we're going to leather armor our 2 melees. It's not much of an increase in damage, and the only one who could really use that is Takoida. So, well, on the other hand, having a third damage dealer is not exactly a bad idea. Ah, fine. We'll give Takoida a weapon, so we have 3 decent damage dealers. So now we need 300 gold to be able to afford some armor. Since we just blew that. I mean, we will eventually. Diligent. Someday. I should look up the changes. I was looking up changes between versions in this, but I didn't notice the Switch version on this one. So I don't know if this is just the SNES version or the mobile version, or, well, I mean, the GBC version or what. Let's see here. So there's the personality system, we already talked about that. Mini medals were added, we talked about that. Merchants have the appraise skill, talked about that. Bonus dungeon, which, whatever. Equipping the swimsuit changes their overworld sprite. Most important change. Well, if it's a direct donation, I definitely didn't see it, but I can double check there too. Because I miss them periodically. Nope, no donation. I mean, I figured it was more theatrical. I mean, have you seen a theater play where there's a bunch of women jumping around in bikinis? I think not. Now, I've seen a theater play with a bunch of guys jumping around in bikinis, but that's neither here nor there. Having Takoida do effectively double damage on these enemies is probably worth that 320 gold. They really like to lean on this the Nesk masking thing for dungeon design, don't they? I mean, they've been doing that since the beginning, and again, FF1 did that as well. Constantly. Jesus, crazy. No, live! Crazy! Okay. Crazy's alive. Only if I suck that badly, Gum Gum. And honestly, I'm probably not going to play that unless it gets ported forwards. That'd be nice, though. Hey, I have a heal. I has heal. Not I can has. I does has. Mini medal. Woo! We're not going to 100% those. Because that's guide territory. The real question is the mobile port a remaster of the GBC version or the SNES version? Let's just go with the toadies. Yeah, I mean, there's Mario Kart, there's Mario. Punch Out. I think that's it. Looks like it went through. Thank you, Sassy Saddles, for the donation. Much obliged. Give me a moment. I'll have to see what you put that towards. Are you trying to quit, or are you just trying to get the shift over with? Either way, Odin Sphere, you got it. I think. Is that on the list? I should double check that before I say that. Hang on. Stream breaks engaged. It's not on the list. Okay. Why is it not on the list? It's on the PS4. I remember this. We looked this up. Hang on. Let's get out of this combat. We really are going to hit the stream breaks here. There it is. I see it, I see it. Odin Sphere, I don't know how to pronounce that. Life Throsser? I don't know. Some. Sorry, just give me a second. Doing that thing that I do. God dang it. This really is just the DQ music, isn't it? But yes, sorry, 1, 2, and 3 got a remaster. 4, 5, and 6 got a proper remake. 7 got a proper remake as well. 8 got a port onto the 3DS. There, okay. And that's it. Okay, there we go. Situation resolved. Boop. Back to the game. Dakota leveled! Woo! Yeah, if you can get a hold of them, I severely recommend the DS remakes of 4, 5, and 6. But if you can get a hold of them, it's the problem there. Because, yeah, I don't know what they're going for nowadays, but... It's a good port or a bad remaster. Either way, Mega Mech. I would personally not call it much more than a remaster at absolute most. Favorite Dragon Quest is probably 11. Most likely. It's 11, 8, or 5. But it's probably 11. The Nintendo Store? What? Juniper Owen? You've successfully confused me. Congratulations. It's a batterfly. Careful. It is worth noting I've never reviewed, most of the Dragon Quest games, so... These are DS games, Juniper Owen. I mean, maybe they have DS games on the 3DS shop. That's news to me, admittedly, but, you never know. It's possible. Honestly, something I'm going to do after I finish 1, 2, and 3 is go back and kind of audit 11 with the new pluses and minuses we've given out and see if 11's score needs to change at all. I've never played Dragon Quest XI on the Switch, so anything they added there isn't going to be part of it, obviously. Because, yeah, I own it. Because of course I do. Let's go ahead and pop a heal. quite overcome. Oh, Lord. I mean, I'm not going to say no to Dragon Quest VII, but that is a long, sloggy game. I think Dragon Quest II is actually the best Dragon Quest game ever made. Take that 100. Thank you. That. There we go. We're good now, Zach Taft. Yep, I love Dragon Quest II more than my children and mother combined. There's another 100. Go. That's true. I can't think of a better final dungeon than Dragon Quest II. It is the pinnacle. No, Dragon Quest VII is... Dragon Quest VII has a severe seconds and hours problem. You know, I've talked about that recently. And, you know, it's come up several times before. There's a lot of empty text and a lot of empty gameplay in Dragon Quest VII. The core content of Dragon Quest VII is awesome. It has excellent stories that are effectively unconnected from each other, but each individual story arc is excellent. And the core gameplay is pretty tight. But... it's Dragon Quest VII. If it wasn't for the personas, it would probably be among the longest JRPGs ever. You know? It's up there. I think I've mentioned this back in the... So I was playing through 7 on the 3DS when people were saying, hey, you know, what's the next thing you're going to lore run? And one of the things that was bouncing around my head was doing a lore run of the Dragon Quest series. And as I was playing through Dragon Quest VII, I realized that that's never happening. Reviews, sure, but a full lore run? Nah. Because all we're going to do is talk about Star Trek the whole time. Because there is huge swaths of dead air in those games. And 7 is worse about that than any of them. Wake up! Well, well, you've come at last. Run us, isn't it? I've dreamt so many times of giving you this key, heaven alone knows why. But it must mean something, so here you go. 1 life's key. You'll take it, won't you? Yeah. Just Janeway, Mr. Red. By the way, there's books. This world is so influential they can change your personality. Thanks. I'm off to be in Dragon Quest VI. There's another personality book, speaking of which. So now we have a Thief's Key, which means we can just go through doors now. Some doors. Which Star Trek captains would have beat you by avoiding the fight? Kirk, Picard. I know you're thinking, but Kirk's a puncher. People tend to forget that Kirk started the Star Trek speech thing. He was big on talking people down and not killing them. Sulu, yep. Besides, Sulu wouldn't beat you in a fight, he'd impale you. Archer would lose to you in a fight, because that's kind of his shtick. Being bad at speeches and losing into a fight are kind of his things. No joke, the first good Archer speech, in my opinion of course, is in Season 4. Left, I think? Nope, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. I guess this is it. We're doing fine on damage, but running a little low on resources. Well, what's the difference, Mr. Red? Per your descriptors. Yeah, let's get out of here. I could blow the Chimera Wing, but I could use the gold on the way back. Remember, we need 300 gold for that armor. I don't either, Mega Mike. It's been legitimately something of a relief to play JRPGs that I can burn through in 2 days for the last couple of days. Mr. Red says, in overhead doesn't mean you can't do a good job, it just means you don't understand how do you do your job. Okay. So then define incompetent for me, Mr. Red. Although, based on context clues, I'm guessing you mean incompetent is someone who cannot do a good job. In which case, no, Archer is not incompetent. But that's all presumptive. Yeah, a lot of people like grindy games. I don't know why, but they do. I think it's legitimately, I believe percentage-wise, more people prefer grindy games than non-grindy games. Lord knows I've gotten a lot of flack for being anti-grind over the last few years. See, I tend to be the opposite on that, Sassy. When I had a night where nothing happened at all, doing something that is itself mindless just made it worse for me. I needed something to engage me. Like talking on YouTube, for example. Like I said, Crazy Horse, I don't get it. And I never will. All I have to do, shink, is fix this world one knife stab at a time. And then there'll be no more grind. Ever. Let's see. So, I should be able to open a few doors now, but... yeah, let's go do that first. Red doors I should be able to open. I've been working here in this castle for 10 years now. I wanted to become a royal scholar, but I failed the blessed exam. But those who passed were given a special book that made them extra clever, too. Hint, hint, personalities, hint, hint. I recall reading somewhere the seal paste on the teleportal could be broken by means of a wrecking ball. Someone was researching wrecking balls, weren't they? Ah, yes, of course, that fellow from Reeve. And that mini-medal I just got. That's where it's from. I mean, incompetent is just a current state of lack of competence, to me, so... Currently lacking in competence. Which is, by definition, a temporary state of affairs, which blah, 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 you get it. You know, it's funny. I have a playlist on my playlists called Castle. I don't think a single Dragon Quest Castle theme is in there. And you're probably like, why? Because this music doesn't sound like castle music to me. Castle music to me is like drums and horns, you know, bum, 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 bum. This sounds more like town to me. You know, flighty, fanciful. Seems the wrecking ball is basically an explosive. They use it to blow through walls and such. That's one way to do it. Oh, hello there. You didn't come all this way just to see me, did you? Well... I know you're lying, but it's very lovely of you to do so. Let me tell you something nice in return. Apparently they used to have a little thing called a teleportal to the east side of our little continent. But it's all sealed up now, so nobody can use it. Well, there's our plot threads. We already heard about the wrecking ball in the last town. The wrecking ball opens the teleportal, and now we know what the teleportal is. And we need to get Crazy North some pants. Oh my god. Stop winking at me, Crazy North. Stop winking at me! Please, brave hero, bring peace back to our world. You're our only hope. You and those 3 random people that were just happened to be in the tavern at the time. Ignore them. They're not here. It's Final Fantasy XIV. There's only one Hero of Light. I have plenty of WoW stuff in my playlist, yeah. But I mean, like, okay. Hang on. Let me audibly demonstrate. Just real quick, it'll take only a few seconds, because I actually have my playlist up right here. So this is... it's a really good example. I mean, we got this. So that's, you know, Castle, right? Or... Or... This is Castle to me, right? It's got that kind of partially martial tint to it. Whereas something like this would be closer to, say... One moment, please. Find a good example. Well... Probably the perfect town song. I mean, honestly, that might be the most iconic town song to me. And it's certainly not my first, because I was introduced to town music via, like, the Final Fantasy series. But that's still what I think of when I think of town, is Tristram. Right, mini medals. Let's go ahead and unload these while we're here. There we go. Yeah, actually, several Zelda games have really good town songs, too, weirdly enough. Since so much of Zelda music is more atmospheric than, I don't know, music. Yeah, Tristram is from Diablo or Diablo 2. Specifically the Diablo 2 version. There is a bit of a difference. Speaking of which, I know I've talked about this concept before. You know how we just occasionally get moods when it comes to gameplay? Like, man, I'm in the mood to play such and such. D2 has been hitting my itch lately. Or rather, I have been itching for D2 lately. I don't know what it is. I know it's in the alpha right now, but I haven't been looking at that. It's just, I don't know, it's been rotating around right about now. Wait, what spell is that? Could someone do me a favor and look up what Accelerate does? Because I don't remember off the top of my head. Oh yeah, no. As soon as I play Diablo 2 without mods, I'll be like, oh yeah. And then I'll hit Act 3 and I'll be like, oh yeah. And that'll be that. Hey, I can afford that leather armor for both of us. So it just changes who goes first. That's kind of worthless in Oceans, but whatever. Thank you for telling me. I mean, I'm sure most people have had that at some point in their lives. Gun. But ask me to come up with an example, because I don't know. See if we can get a hat for Harmacy while we're here. Yep. You can afford a hat. I don't have any Souls of Jordan. Well, I mean, I have like 3,000 of them, but I dump them on the vendor. You can have them if you want, I don't care. I guess we'll get a hat for Takoida, actually. He needs that boost. Okay. What are you doing in here? I could have sworn I locked the front door. Did you find a key somewhere or something? You trespassing so-and-so. What's that? The thief's key? Oh my goodness. To get your hands on that, you'd have to be... You are, aren't you? You're Ortega's child, the one I've heard so much about. Oh my, better give you a little something to put on your way. Now, where did I put it? Have a wrecking ball. It's actually a bomb. I don't know what we're calling it. But you might go on through like a wrecking ball. Careful, those things go off with a big bang. Guess we're going to start an entire universe right now. I have played Torchlight 1 and Torchlight 2. Torchlight 1 was okay. I'll probably never play it again unless I review it. Torchlight 2 was fun until it suddenly sucked. The outro of that game is awful. And Torchlight 3 is something me and my friends looked into and quickly said, whoa, no, 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 and we're not playing that. I don't think that's ever come up, internal system error. Yeah, Torchlight 3. I was excited for Torchlight 3 because I liked Torchlight 1 and I enjoyed Torchlight 2 up to a point. But yeah, I looked into Torchlight 3 and that was just nope, 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 nope. Not even touching that nonsense. Nope, 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 nope. Nope, 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 nope. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. Nope. Well, Crazy Norse was tired, Diligent Dodo, so, you know. Had to get all the rocks out of his heels. Wait, what did my parents not allow? Oh, Robot Boy. I haven't heard of that. Counter rates. How would you not notice swearing? Either way, the answer is no. I would notice swearing would have happened. Although I can't think of any kids' shows that had swearing in it. But that's just off the top of my head. Alright, old man. Give me your money! Hello there, youngster. You don't happen to have a wrecking ball? Actually, I do. Well, then what are you waiting for? Get down to the Path of Promise. It's near a spring somewhere. Hang on, I'm gonna take all your stuff real quick. Which is a Chimera Wing and a Mini Metal, but I'll take it. So, boomerangs and whips. I don't know when those were added to the series, but they're in this one. Whips hit groups, boomerang hits everything. They also do less damage than every other weapon in the game, but under the right setup can do more total damage. So... in my experience, in most of these games, those are not worth the effort, except in very specific circumstances. Yeah, groups is adjacent targets, so if you have 4 slimes, 3 dudes, and a dude over here, that's 3 groups total, like that. It's doing something. Right. These Chimera Wings out of my inventory. And the Mini Metal, because I'm not hitting back. But yeah, there are a few specific times in specific games where a boomerang is the best option. Like if you can get a boomerang 2 tiers higher than what you currently have, it's really good. Or some classes are entirely focused on boomerangs, like the Thief in this game. You know, stuff like that. Alright, I throw it like a wrecking ball. No, I don't. Change my mind. Apparently Boomerang started in 4. Like I said, a lot of ideas were posited for 3, but didn't actually show up in 3. Welcome to the Path of Promise. You won't find it too promising right now, though. Well, he's been blocked. Damn. There's only one thing to do. Maybe we should stand back more than 5... Oh, I have no idea, Gumdrum.
I suppose that would be my gnomish voice, because it just is so... Dear traveler from Allahane, please help yourself to this here mappe. To take a look at it, you need do no more than press the X button, and another press will give you a closer look. May your journey be blessed with success.
That person did not know how to spell. Insert internet joke here. So anyways, okay, so yeah, we are actually in, oh, we're in made-up land. I'm sorry. We're in Atlantis. So if you look there, to the west, there's Australia. Over there you can see Africa. There's Asia and Europe, which is just weird. And on the right there, we see North America and South America. Up top, there's Greenland. Now, what's funny is this isn't Earth. It's based on Earth, but unlike a lot of later JRPGs, which would take this idea and freaking run with it, this isn't like, you know, Earth in the past or Earth in the future or Earth. It's just based off of Earth. I've talked a lot about a concept I call familiarity effect. It is my opinion that one of the additional reasons why this game took off so well is because of familiarity effect. Because people could roam around and be like, hey, you know, look, it's Rome, and here's Egypt, and you get it. A very, very early form of familiarity effect, but it's there nonetheless. I mean, no more messed up than in The Crew, Sassy Saddles. Alright, tier 3 enemies. No, and then Savicom is gone. That's okay. It's all understandable. She secretly hates my show. I don't really blame her, really. We might see her tomorrow. Where we're covering the best episodes of MLP ever. I don't remember what they are. Yeah, I don't remember. Doesn't matter. Well, I know what prestidigitation is, but as far as a prestidigitator, no, I do not. By the way, Harmacy is finally starting to climb ahead at level. Which is good, because, you know, that's going to stop being an advantage, you know, relatively soon. So he needs to get up there. Where the heck up? Yeah, no kidding, Imperial Star Destroyer. Once we get to there and back again, or whatever it's called, that's going to be awesome. We have a lot to talk about there. It's either 400 million or 800 billion years old. Wow, Come. I mean, it makes sense. You know, they might not be certain, but damn, that is a hell of a variance. Alright, anywhere between 1 and 10,000 people are about to die. Well, how many is it? Well, it's between 1 and 10,000. No, I don't really review movies, Diligent. And I don't cover books at all. Hey, Kamarusko. I'll be honest, I don't actually have particularly strong memories of Dragon Quest III. And I've never played this version. So, I'm as curious as you are about what's going to go through on this one. Especially score-wise. I hope this one scores better than 1 and 2. Jesus, they're starting to hurt. Thankfully we've got Takoida, but yikes. I can just imagine getting to this point and being like, alright, so 3 gadabouts on these fights. Ooh. Let's just grind at that point. Or avoidance.
And since you have to grind to make them worthwhile, then, yeah, it's grind. Doing this solo would probably suck, too, honestly, since they're, hitting you for, like, 24 a round. Now, if you notice, we have, like, 40 HP. So. Best. I suppose I should show off the heal all option. So we have a heal, and a heal. So heal all is a weirdly useful thing. What heal all does is it efficiently uses mana and items in order to determine who needs how much healing. It's a really good button to hit when you don't feel like eyeballing it. Like, okay, you need a small heal, you need a mid heal, and you need a high heal. But I also have an item which functions as a small heal. So the item on the small heal, then the mid heal, then the high heal. And it's a great feature. It's probably one of the better convenience features the Dragon Quest series offers. I actually don't use it all that often, but it is a great convenience feature. And as all good convenient features are, it is optional. I'm the wrong person to ask, Gunga. Because, yeah. My galaxy is, like, as of the start of the story, like a year old, something like that. Just realized I can put the plot items in the frickin' bag, because, this is... We have a bag now. I got on that mentality. Alright, so 2, 2, 2. Or we could give a lot of attack power to Crazy. I mean, Crazy can hit things. Alright, fine. Now, you need to hit the enemy. Okay, Crazy Norse? That's the proviso here. Which one's the enemy? The ones that are not us. Which ones are those? Oh my god. You're killing me, Crazy. Literally! I mean, Crazy Norse does usually melee. And, occasionally flee. And, stuff like that. I am not actually sure what happens if Crazy Norse successfully flees, though. Of course it was left. It's always left. And every now and again, Crazy is just like... Oh, you're fighting? I'll be there in 5. Got the suntan glass thing, It's a heal all over here. Love that button. I mean, it's not invalid to go. It's either left or 2/3, I think. Or no, it's 3/4. That's what it is. Like if there's 4 options, it's the middle left or the middle right one. If there's any other number of options, it's probably the left. Good morning, S.A. Ross. Oop. Just my foot stand there. There we go. That's better. Well, those look safe. Teleport, and it's not a phone anymore. Alright, we made it to the new continent. Where are we at? Italy! I mean, it would probably go viral and there'd be a lot of memes about it, Zectaft.
God, I hope so, Starscream. Ciao and benvenuto. Welcome and I can't do Italian, I'm sorry. Welcome to Romaria. It's no more than a rumor, but the people, they speak of a great hero from a place called Alihan. They say this hero will save us from the evil archfiend. Can it be true? No, don't believe everything you hear. But yeah, we're... Here, I can zoom in. We're in Italy. Swing your arms from side to side. Da-da, 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 da-da-da. Okay. Excuse me, ma'am. Can the Archfiend truly be poised to take over our world? It seems to me impossible that such a thing could happen. The DQ2 is the greatest Dragon Quest game and greatest JRPG and greatest video game ever made, so I am sad that you weren't there for it, Diligent Dodo. It was truly amazing. You are a stranger to our land, see? Bene, then I will teach you something of great use. The king of our country, Il Re, he is, how you say, fanciful man. If he have whim, he follow it. Be careful of this. Yeah, all joking aside, as much as I say Dragon Quest XI is my favorite Dragon Quest game, I think on points Dragon Quest Builders 2 actually has it beaten. You are from Alihan, see? I knew it as soon as I saw your clothes. So, rustique, yeah? I can't do Italian. Perhaps it's because of the terrible minaccia, the, how you say, menace of the Archfiend, but the people, they seem so down, you know? What do we got here? That's true, I haven't reviewed 8 or 5, but I need to audit 11, which I'll be doing in a couple days here. The merchant can equip the Iron Apron, and it's a pretty good piece of armor. Ah, my fake Italian, she is terrible, see? There you go. Possibly. Takoida. But the whole point is, I don't know if I mentioned this, merchants gain access to unique gear, which is good, but all that gear is early game, not late game. The late game stuff shows up with regards to, you know, warriors. They get the good late game gear. But of course, very, very expensive and hard to come by and blah, 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 blah. Well, thankfully, my accent never slips into falsetto Russian. I mean, that would just be the worst. I can afford 2 of these. And I do want Crazy and Takoida to live, so let's do that. Here, have some armor. I'm sorry, I'm reminded of one of my favorite Russian jokes. It's from Oversimplified. Welcome, you're in Germany, where we're using industry to develop new things. Hey, welcome to Britain. We're developing these new concepts in fashion. Hey, welcome to France. We're trying new diplomatic and governmental styles. Then it cuts to like this empty, barren wasteland. Where am I? Spit. You're in Russia. Am I in the past? No. No, this is the modern times. I should leave. Yes, you should. Because I haven't eaten in 3 days. I'm sorry. I shouldn't joke. But I totally find it funny. Anyways, alright. I do not have the money for any of that. Oh my god. Of course, I mean, this makes sense. All this gear is way over expensive. That's how that works. Perhaps it is because of the... Oh, alright. You know what's funny is I actually like Zelda 2 better than Zelda 1, Diligent Dodo. I have nightmares about this song because of DQB2. It's the second worst part of DQB2 is this song. This is the Monster Arena. You're not from around here, eh, darling? Hope you have a wonderful time in the beautiful city of Romaria. Get your red-hot Monster Arena tips while they're hot. No, thank you. Wish to place a wager on the combattimento, you must go to the leftmost counter and purchase tokens. See? Irish. Yeah, you're funny. No. I can't do real accents at all. I can do Dwarven, and that's about it. Basta. Vada via. Huh? Leave me alone. I must not be distracted. I wish to watch people fight monsters. Caspita, this is incredible. Could my luck be any better? Apparently not. Forza, that's it, Sylvia. Go, 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 give him what for. Bleeding foreign, bleeding swindlers. Well, anyway, this is the Monster Arena. I suppose for the sake of testing, we should try at least one round. So let's do that. 50 gold. Well, we just saved. Who's gonna win? Exactly, internal system error. I can do fake accents, but I can't do accents. Although I'm told that I actually do a decent bit of a drawl. It's something that I actually kind of started picking up over about 20 years of living in the Midwest. But, you know. I mean, I did mention the rule of 4 earlier, where you pick the left middle or the right middle. So that makes sense. I'm afraid we're gonna have to pick B or C. Oh my god, Gum Gum, why is it so old? There you go. Is that it too? I mean, I don't... I am really the wrong person to ask, Gum Gum. But that does sound very old, and all joking aside, if you're gonna make your galaxy that old, you have to adapt the galaxy to that age. The types of suns you're gonna have are gonna be different, and because the types of sun you have are gonna be different, the types of planets you have are gonna be different. So... if you're going to have an older galaxy, that means you're going to have more large suns, more red suns, which is going to mean shrunk Goldilocks zone, which means less inhabitable terrain, and more planets are going to be baked, or nuked, or frozen. So you have to keep that in mind. Be it is. Fancy Spock hair or B's chance, do you? Fine choice if I say so. Well, bout's about to begin. Yeah, that's also true. You won't have a spiral galaxy if you go that old. Spock Terror B attacks Spock Terror A. Spock Terror A attacks Spock Terror B. Spock Terror B cast Suze. Oh my god, there's so many things happening. I can't even keep up. Spock Terror A is attacking C. A is down. A is down. D is casting snooze on B. B is fallen asleep, but D is woken up. But D is attacking B, and B is awake, but C is waking up, and B attacks C. Oh my god, C is defeated, but D attacks B, and B attacks D. And D attacks B, and B dies. Better luck next time. Reload the save, because I don't want to lose my 50 gold. I'm curious how much we win, though. Hang on. Okay, so we've got the Prestidigitators, or the Spiked Hair. Yeah, I thought I was going to be fighting, too, but I guess we're just kind of throwing money at people. This is apparently very popular throughout history. I don't know why. Then again, booze is popular, so what the hell do I know? Alright, A it is. Welcome to the arena. All hail the Prestidigitator from the blue team. All hail the combatant from the blue team. Go home and take your rest. You've earned it. Now we're never gonna gamble again. And yes, the same but in reverse. Gum gum. Well, we got a little bit more gold. I'll take it. Can we buy anything more? Yeah, watch for that flying axe that goes all over the place. Let's see. What can we afford? Very little. Very, we can afford that. I'd rather save, so let's just save for now. Well, thank you, Von Volgenstein. You sleep really peacefully for a murderer. See, I can't quite do that tone. It's no good. I am Whistler Terrible. Alberto, dove sei, huh? Where are you? I go home. I leave you. How you like that, huh? You want an old, inhospitable galaxy just to be safe? I mean, it's whatever. I'm here to judge. I mean, there's an in-between between old and young, I'm just saying. Many leagues to the north of here lies the village of Koriv. Is molto bello, but very far to walk. Oh. Hang on, right. This is a modern Dragon Quest game. I have the Restless Heart. Yeah, well, Star Wars' timeline is stupid. I wouldn't use that as a basis, personally. So yeah, 40,000 years ago, there was the Old Republic. And then 80,000 years ago, and then 183,000 years ago. Ciao, friend. You're a visitor from I still don't know how to pronounce it. Alayahan? Si? Perfetto. We have been awaiting you. Well, I'm out. Listen, unless your empire has lasted for 40,000 years, I don't even want to talk about it. It's beneath me. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe writers are secretly doing dick measuring contests with each other by making their thing last longer than other things. I traveled to here from village of Koriv in north, but monsters aggress me and I run, leaving stocks behind. Now I am without goods and incapable of profiting even minimally. Oy, such luck. Yeah, wouldn't that explain everything, Gum Gum? Just, oh my gosh. Oh, Hebo, dear me, my son the king, he loves to make merry above all else. He prefers to play than to rule. Oh, so he's a king. Would I lie to you? Change his personality. Man, imagine if reading a book changed your personality in real life. Whew. That's just diabolical enough to be true, great Dakota. Yeah, I was gonna say, isn't that how serials kind of got started? Tune in next time for the exciting conclusion to this story I've only written one page of. Leave it out, will ya? How many times I gotta tell ya? I know no Robin Hood. Never even heard of the bloke. Eh? Who the heck are you? I thought you was another of them gods come to give me a grilling. They got it as bad for me. Who knows what they do to old Robin if they catch him? What's that? Where is he? Oh, he's up in Skyfall Tower, I heard. Him and his gang of horrible henchmen. Give him an island for me, would you? Excuse me, a hiding. Gotta give him an island for me. I was thinking of pulp novels and, well, pulp magazines here in the States, which is kind of how science fiction got started here, but also paid by the word, so... Yeah. I mean, you gotta measure it. It's not like you could just give a people money for doing something, you have to say, alright, it needs to be at least a 60-hour game. Alright, so. Casarola, the monsters, they have become so numerous of late, is worried, no? To the east are beasts of great Valenza. You should travel first north and hone your skills there, or else I will kill you. Il Re, the king, he waits for you. Go, avanti. I haven't even heard of an internal system error, so no. You are a visitor from Alayahan. See? Welcome, welcome. I hear the songs of the wind. Would you hear them too? Yes, please. Oh, far to the west of Corriv in the north, standeth the Skyfall Tower, which doth our castle dwarf. Bam, param. Our Majesty would ask a boon of you, friend. Will you hear him? My courtiers tell me Alayahan is a place of great beauty. Tell me, is there beauty in the hearts of its people too? Sparrow the sea, I hope it's so. Well met, scion of Ortega. Your reputation precedes you. Runus, you have another 44 pounds. This is very helpful information. Yes, I'll get a hard save. Sure. Now, there's something I must ask you now that you've saved. That despicable brigand Robin Hood has still... Even the Italian guy calls him Robin Hood. Has stolen from our most sacred and regal crown. What is this then? Were you able to return it to us when you would prove yourself a true hero and accidentally skip the dialogue while you're trying to adjust your coat? Damn it. Come on, coat. Work with me here. Work with me. Sorry. Yep. This is how I meet all kings and queens. Yep. Yep. Let's go. Let's go. Were you able to return it to us, you would prove yourself a true hero. I'd go forth and... Okay, fine, whatever. Whatever. It's the terrible, no good, very bad crown, yes. Okay. Well, it's Germany. Germany is filled with toads and mages. Yeah, that tracks. You're welcome. Internal system error. I was mostly checking it for, behind-the-scenes research purposes. Very useful, though. I wasn't even aware that was a trope, Gum-Gum. So I can't think of any. Got it. Metal Gear Solid. No? So that kind of hurt. Are you 20 yet, Crazy Norse? So you can stop being wordless. Where are we at now? Wow, we're already, heading into Russia. That was quick. We can't even reach France. Jeez Louise. See you around, Imperial Star Destroyer. Well, hopefully you will at some point, Crazy Norse. Yes, that's Karl Marx right there. Crazy Norse pretends to take a tumble, but really, she's just tired. Never stop being useless, Crazy Norse. Until you hit level 20. then spontaneously become useful. I'm admittedly partially curious how well this run's going to go in general, because we are effectively hampering ourselves until we get to the point where, you know, you're actually going to help us substantially in the mid to late game. So that'll be nice. Costume Quest. No, I've never streamed Costume Quest 1 and 2 on camera. I've never reviewed them, though, but those were actually some of the earliest games I streamed, like 6 years ago at this point. No, Mr. Red, it really is complete garbage. They have bad stats, other than luck. They have a bad equipment selection. They gain crap or no spells. I'm not sure in this version. And, they occasionally do nothing. Like, literally do nothing. What's the point of them? Well, they're a difficulty thing. You know, it makes the game harder. But also, once you get level 20, they can turn into a sage for free. So... not off the top of my head, Eclectic. I feel like I did it, though. Like, used the candy corn thing, I mean. Alright, let's see if... what's our weapon setup? Because we're not doing as much damage as I'd like to be doing right now. Looks like... all of us could use that. It's going to be a little expensive to do that. Something more reasonable? No, not really. Well, 650, that's our goal. To get one Iron Lance. Probably for me, honestly. Well, I don't have a thief in the party, irregular. And admittedly, I don't know. Wool, Doncro. Like wool sweater, wool fleece, you know, that kind of thing. I suppose we could waste gold on testing to see if the AoE weapons are worth a darn. What do we got here? So there's no AoE weapons here. So it's not even an option. But we could test that later when we find some AoE weapons. I wonder if any vendors sell those. I don't know. Jeez Louise. See, at least the gadabout eventually turns into something eclectic, unlike the candy corn. It's so fuzzy, S.A. Ross. And I'm dead. Jesus. Crazy just hit himself for 10 damage. Oh my god. Then Crazy fell asleep. On the plus side, the three of them will gain more experience because one of us is dead. Ooh, that's a good idea. We should make cat hair clothing. Who's with me?
Really? Crazy Norse began to sing and dance like a loony, is what that particular action was. Oh my god, these killer pillars are... well, you know... I don't even give that much gold. Jesus. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go! Oh my god. How much is it going to cost to come back from the dead? Shouldn't be too much at this level, but... 40 cold. Oh, that's still bad. Get up. Gotta heal, because, God, we're getting our butts handed to us. Damn it, merchant. Do your job. Give me more money. Also, get out the baseball bat. I mean, the amount of history I've covered is something like 400 years total, Gum Gum. That's from its very inception to, you know, as far as I've gotten so far. 2 killer pillars, so this might suck a little bit. Let's go with the thing first. Wow, Crazy actually attacked rather than doing nothing. Color me shocked. Crazy Norse suddenly made a run for it. I wonder what happens if Crazy... So far, Crazy's tried to run, I think, 4 times. I'm really curious what happens if Crazy Norse successfully runs. Oh my god, please don't buff your defense. Down to the 2 hard mobs. Just making this take longer. Oh, gee, I don't know, Eclectic. That's a good question. But I'd probably connect it more to 11 than to 3, if I'm being honest. I'm honestly not sure, Internal System Error. If Crazy ever successfully runs, we'll find out the answer to your question. But in most of these games, the party runs as a group. So, I'm not sure what's going to happen here. If Crazy runs right here after this long and terrible battle, I'm going to kill him. And then we'll know the answer to our question. We're hitting for 8. Or 1, rather. But... ugh. I don't know either, Mr. Red. It may just be a time waster. Well, since that one battle nearly killed us, let's go back to town. Whew. Let's, But in some of the later Dragon Quest games, the way it works is each individual party has a chance to run. Party member, excuse me. But if any of them succeed at their chance, then the entire party runs. In some games, each party member has to run individually, like, say, Final Fantasy VI. And in some games, the whole party runs as one, and flees as one, like Final Fantasy IV. Stop using Harden, you frickin' metapods! Jesus!
doing it to spite me at this point. And I'm the only one with magic damage right now. Whoop, It doesn't at all, Trihexia. Nothing changes. All they do is they call in the... not the Atlanteans. I can't think of the race name all of a sudden. They call in Thor. And Shazam. I mean... yeah, no, it makes sense to have war crimes, Gumgum. That is logical. I think it's a joke, Mr. Red. It's probably the first time we've seen this kind of thing in RPGs, too, while we're on the subject. I mean, shooting what is effectively a surrendered person does qualify as a war crime, yeah. I think I would agree with that overall thing. Oh my god! No, the Accords were ratified in the third movie, weren't they? Active? I think they were. They were signed, and some people just decided to not go with them. Yeah, no, they were ratified, because that's actually a plot point in Ant-Man 2. It's the fact that the Accords are now in effect, and that's one of the problems of Ant-Man. Or that he's facing. God, I can't talk today. These caterpillars are terrible. I just want to say that. They don't even hurt that much. They're just wasting my time. Anyways, sorry, Mr. Red, I wanted to finish answering your question. So, one of the things that started in this game and would continue into several other games is the idea of the joke character that's either secretly useful or becomes useful. You may or may not know this as the Magikarp thing. In fact, Magikarps are arguably based off of the Gadabouts. I don't know why that's such a big thing, but I suppose it makes sense, because the whole appeal is, you know, if you put in the initial investment, then you get the good payoff, right? There's a logic to that. Are we out of money? Not there yet. Yeah, the farmer types in Fire Emblem is another great example of that. Like the one dude I accidentally got killed. Whoops. Or didn't recruit, I forget which one it was, but I think he died. Now, why the Gadabout specifically turns from a lazy, lackadaisical idiot into the great and wizened sage who can cast all magic, you can read into that if you want to. I think it's just the joke character thing. Onion Knight is another example of that. Or Freelancer. But why would you feel sad for furniture, Gumgum? Still trying to just make it to this next destination here. I haven't succeeded yet. Because of these jackasses. You know, considering how many of these games directly pulled influence from Dragon Quest III, I'm actually wondering if Magikarps were inspired by the Gadabouts, and Metapods were inspired by these jackasses. Because they were inspired by Dragon Quest III, so it may actually have had an influence. I'm trying to think of who my favorite joke character is. I'd have to think about that. You have magic damage, right? The door, it leads to the land of Portoga. If you want to go through, you must have the Chiave Magica. Scusi, the magic key. Facile, eh? You know where you can find the magic key? No. Bene, this is as it should be. A thing not found oneself is a thing found too easily, eh? No, I totally know where it is. I know where it is. Trust me, if you cannot find it for yourself, then things beyond this door, they are not for you. Now, shoo, go on, vada via. Right. Well, time to go to Russia. Or rather, back to town, because we're still having trouble hanging here. I'm afraid that's proven wrong, Eclectic. Because Gyarados does not have the dragon subtype. I mean, I'm having trouble dealing with the mobs right outside of town, Chihali, so I don't know. But I don't remember this game's progression that well either. So far, I have one major quest hook right now, which is go to the Russian town to be able to access the French town, or excuse me, the Portuguese town, to get to Britain, to deal with Robin Hood, to take it back to Italy to get something. And that's where I'm at right now. I have direction. What I don't have is the ability to hang. No, it's Robin Hood. There we go. There's no H. It's just some dude. I wouldn't worry about him. I mean, after all, what's Robin Hood most well known for? Giving from the rich and stealing to the poor? Besides that. Being a fox? Besides that. Being an excellent fighter? Besides that. Being the best archer? Besides that. Being good at gorilla? Besides that. Sorry. It's a dumb joke. Don't mind me. Why would... I don't understand, Gum Gum. I also don't know what you're talking about. NES, or rather Famicom, so they... I have to clarify, because that was the original version. Let's see... Where's my maps? Here we go. So I'm looking at the world map, and I don't see anything that even looks like Chad. I have no idea what you're talking about there. I'm curious what you saw that looked like Chad. Again, no offense intended. I mean, it was just kind of zooming the camera over there, and it was small on the screen, so it's easy to mistake letters. But I'm curious what looked like Chad. I mean, there's Crezo, so the C words are Crezo and Cloese. And it looks like that's it as far as C words. Yep, those are the only two. I'm also curious why having the name Chad would depress you. I mean, I know people named Chad. In fact, I know 2 people named Chad. Hey! Takoida learned Sap. That should be interesting. Totally worthless in most of this stuff, though. So this is a good time to mention that this game has a bit of an imbalance problem in several versions of it. So, no, it lowers their armor, Dakota. Or defense, I suppose. It's the opposite of Kabuff. So, melees can do more damage to a single target than anything else. But mages can do lots of damage to AoE groups. There are not many bosses in this game. Do you see the problem here? Hey, it's Russia. Yep, that's Russia. I'm actually just gonna straight up flee. Oh yeah, that's actually awful. We need to get the hell out of here. We might actually die right here. As we're trying to run. Yes, they're putrefidos. We got out. Okay, so save. Oh yeah, by the way, puns. We're not really pun-centric yet, but we're getting there. Welcome to the mountain village of Koriv. Koriv? Starts with a K. To the north from village is other village, village of Norvik. To west from village is tower of name Skyfield Tower. We have fine location, yes. Here sleeps great martial artist. Stories tell of his punching head of bear completely off. I wish I can become like him. Well, that makes sense, Gum Gum. Greetings, if you're... Wait, what? I can buy a bunny tail. Okay. I came here in pursuit of that rascal Robin Hood. See? But he's nowhere to be found. The villagers say he ran off to hide at the top of some tower somewhere. Welcome. If you're after weapons or armor, you've come to the right place. We give... Oh my gosh. Hey, there's our first whip. God, the equipment is so expensive. Look at that. We can afford a lance now. And we have access to something even better. Just for us, though. I think for the moment I'm going to concentrate all my power on the main character and just kind of go vertical in terms of build. We'll spread things out later, assuming we get to that point. Hang on, is that copper sword better for anyone? That would be funny if it is. Nope, okay. Well, we bought a lance. Worth it. boxer shorts. Woo! But only Crazy can't equip those, actually. But Takoida can. Have some boxer shorts, Takoida. Instead of clothes. Not really. Because in order to have a tank, you would have to have the ability to force damage to focus on you, which you kind of can't do. So. That being said, there are people who can take hits better than other people. That would be a warrior. But focusing the damage onto them is not something that's on the table. At least not in this game. Welcome to Drinking Place of Village. Please, you must recline and unbend tranquilly. Well, you heard the man. Unbend tranquilly. Alright. As I told you, foolish man, villagers angered fairies and were punished with sleep. Sorry, what? Travelers tell a village perennially sleeping people, but this is not possible, yes? How is this to be believed? It's really uncomfortable. Are you in search of my Mamka and Papka? Then please return to the evening time. So let's use that, of course. Can anyone equip this? Oh, I can. But so can Crazy. But I don't even have a helmet, so let's go ahead and put on the helmet, shall we? And honestly, since I'm only going to use anecdotes? I only use anecdotes out of combat, so... Is that it here? I mean, there's some decent equipment, but that's it. Wow. Well, we can go to... Looks like we can go to Sweden or Finland. Or try to head west. We are barely hanging in this area, so let's get a save immediately. Die. To a putrefido. Actually, that wasn't too bad. Watch. They're gonna absolutely wreck me. Or worse, they have poison attacks, which, I mean, would make sense for zombie dogs, right? But instead they just keep lowering our agility, which doesn't really matter. Takoida is now using Hallucinate on the zombie dogs. The zombie dogs remember their days of being good boys. Rotten chicken, Mr. Red. Well, these are better than those frickin' caterpillars, so I'm just gonna hang out around here. A little bit. No, rotten chicken, Mr. Red. Little different, little different. We've learned Poof! I don't remember what Poof does. Dragon Quest spell names, I swear. Dun-dun-dun-dun. Dungeon time, maybe. How about enemies? That could be bad. I would ask how you know this, Crazy Norris, but I don't want you to turn on the rest of my party. I mean, you're already just kind of sitting over there, you know, eating up heals and not contributing damage, so... You just started juggling, Crazy Norris, instead of doing an action that turn. Sure thing, Crazy Norris. Medical studies. I understand completely. Wink. Please don't kill me. Oh, Lord. I can picture that. Just showing up. Hey, what's up? So... What do you want me to do? Just eat this. Okay. Now eat this. Okay. What was the difference? Did they taste the same? Uh-huh. Interesting. You gonna tell me what I ate? No. Isn't there some ethics involved here? What? Yeah, Crazy Norris tries to flee, dances about like a loony, which is what he just did there. Juggles, tries to eat people, falls on his face. This here's Skyfall Tower, famed for its head-spinning heights. That's good to know. I guess. Ooh. They suck a little bit more than the other ones do. No, I take that back. The killer pillars are still worse. That might be worse, though. Oof. Yeah, it's bad. Ugh. Yeah, okay. You brought magic damage, right? Well, no. My magic damage doesn't really get here till level 20. Jeez. I think we're gonna head back to town. We're not... Oh, we got gold, too. Oops, wrong button. We can afford a couple of things. We have to get out of here first, I guess. That's okay, that's okay. Oh my goodness, this place. Crazy hits level 9. 11 to go. Come on, Crazy. I like the idea that I'm just sitting here shoving knowledge into Crazy's mouth. Like, here, just get level! Yeah, let's do that. The length of a year? Oh, I have no idea. Everyone follows Imperial time anyways, which is standardized. Regardless of the planet you're on. Alright, here's some books, Crazy. Give me a minute. I'll walk... Wait, no, don't eat the book. No, don't. Crazy. That was a first edition. crazy grins from ear to ear. Didn't realize that. I mean, I understand that some people aren't aware of the fact that I stream for a living, Osnerivar, but I stream for a living, and I've streamed several Dragon Quest games before, including these. Unfortunately, we're not getting to the really good ones, and probably won't anytime soon. In fact, I'm pretty sure Dragon Quest VIII is the only other one that's even on the books right now. We might be able to handle this. Let's go ahead and do this. Yeah, exactly, internal system error. It just makes more sense in various ways to have standardized time rather than, okay, it's this day of this month on this year for this planet, but this other planet, it's this day on this month. And that just becomes a hassle after a while. I mean, in universe it becomes a hassle. It becomes a huge hassle for the writer, and the worst hassle of all is for the viewer who has no idea what anything means. Unless they have 5 calendars to compare side by side. It's like, okay, hang on. Let's see here. Okay, so it's this date on this day of the Restless Armor. Do I have any mono left? I do have a little bit of... Anyways, hi, Osnerivar. You caught me at a bit of a boring time because it's old Dragon Quest. I do have to admit, they really... The enemy encounters very much feel like they really want you to have a standardized party here. Which is pretty much warrior... warrior mage priest or martial artist priest mage or something like that. Shoot. Hang on, I'm saying it wrong. Warrior mage priest or martial artist mage priest. There you go. There's the standardized party. And, we don't have that. That's kind of on me. But, wow, they are very much inclining us with the encounter design towards that setup. Yikes. I'm actually debating seeing how worthwhile the boomerangs and whips are in this version and going with Thief on Harmacy instead of Warrior. All of them, Gum Gum. Every single one you can think of. That's not true. But the Empire does. The Hegemony does not. Whoops, wrong button. We should be able to afford a couple of items if we make it to town. Jesus. A couple people I know would play this game and would effectively have 3 parties, early, mid, late. If the Covenant shows up, then they're getting stomped. Or by which I mean... yes, is the answer to your question, Gum Gum. I mean, duh, I suppose. Although, at the same time, it's not like you need a codified thing for everything, right? If there's a fire, you put the fire out. It's not like you need a rule to say, okay, hang on. Step 1. Ensure that the fire is legitimate. Yeah, okay. Step 2. Determine the nearest possible exit that is available given the current circumstances. I guess it'd be that way. Yeah. Step 3. You get my point. But no, there are policies. I've worked too much in overnight security to not understand the value of having the what-if scenarios planned out. I don't really talk about it because I don't feel the need to. Those what-if scenarios haven't happened yet, and therefore there's no reason to design them. I know what they would be and how they would react if they ever show up, so... I don't know a whataboutism, but, in fact, I thought that was a fallacy, but I'm probably thinking of the wrong thing. Oh, what can we afford? We can't afford a single broadsword, that's okay. It's a decent chunk of damage, but no. That is something I'd really like. I might be able to get 2 of those. But it looks like it's only really beneficial to get 1. So let's get 1 for Harmacy. That's probably... interesting. Internal system error. Internal system error. Listen, his food was too good for this world. I say, Ross. God, I need so much gold. Did I heal? Oops, wrong button. Looks like I did, okay. Well, after that lawsuit, you know... Well, you see, it's funny, Gum Gum, because he's a bad cook. There are people who thought that internal system error. Or, to say this more clearly, and I discussed this during the ruminations of Enterprise, there are some people who disliked Enterprise sufficiently that they presumed that all of Enterprise was always a holodeck program and therefore not canon, or at least not completely canon. The specifics of why would require more thought, but I mean, since I got nothing else to talk about anyways. So the idea here is that holodeck programs are interactive medium, which means the specifics of certain events dynamically change as if there's a GM talking to you, right? The story is not going to be the same each time, just like a module is not going to go the same each time, even if it has the same broad beats, because there's a player interacting with it. So, the general idea there is that some people posited that because of the fact that Riker was doing the holodeck program, maybe the whole show was a holodeck program, and thus, while some of the broad strokes are probably there and those characters actually existed, a lot of the inconsistencies and dumbness was all because the holodeck program either didn't have information or whatever, and had to interpret based on written documents. And there's a precedence for this, because if you were to, example, dump, I don't know, the Cuban Missile Crisis is probably a bad example, but like some big historical event into a holodeck, the individual nitty-gritty details are things the holodeck is basically making up on its own. Because the data for that didn't exist, right? Hell, it's even a plot point in TOS that no ship keeps records that detailed when it comes to the menagerie. Ergo, the idea that the holodeck, because it's filling in the blanks, leads to the idea that this is probably not what really happened. Now, that being said, all of that is not true, because obviously the only episode which is not canon is the last one. However, based on everything I just mentioned, it is worth noting that it's actually a high certainty that, the final episode is not actually what happened. If you pay attention to the nitty-gritty details, the specifics, there are several cases where Riker is specifically interacting with the program in a way that changes events, and thus the program is adapting around him. And again, they don't have the information on the specific nitty-gritty details. The holodeck has to be interpreting them. So not only is it by default not accurate, he's changing it as he goes, ergo, not fully canon. Okay, Takoid is dead. Wow. He's not having mana? No, he just died. Wow, okay. Okay. It makes perfect sense. It's the best theory I've ever heard ever, internal system error. I've also never heard it before, and I'm guessing it's yours based on context clues. I also don't agree with it at all, but it's the best theory I've ever heard. I sometimes wonder if Gene was a dirty cop, because obviously we wouldn't know. Could you please stop summoning ads? Is that a thing you can do? I suppose I could see why someone would think of Starfleet as the police, but at the same time, that more or less literally, yes, Mr. Red, can't encompass all of what Starfleet does, because Starfleet just does so many things about that cops don't do. You know what I mean? Now, if you want to find a middle ground, National Guard is a little bit closer. Except, you know, if the National Guard actually fought in wars and performed other military tasks. Look, I can't buy in any way that Starfleet isn't a military. I've never been able to. It's never even occurred to me that Starfleet isn't a military. Because, yeah, they function as the military. They just do. Demonstrably and provably. What I don't understand personally, though, because that's just my take on it, obviously. What I don't understand is why so many people have been so adamantly, let's call it negative, towards the idea of Starfleet being a military. Like, having a difference of opinion is fine, and that's cool, and I'm with it. But then some people are like, oh god, you're evil and dumb and stupid and wrong for insisting Starfleet's a military. And some people get really upset if you say something like Starfleet's a military, and I don't get that. Now, I am a moron. But, I mean... Also, hi, Scarmar. I mean, I guess, Skymart? I mean, I think that's dismissive and derogatory with regards to an argument, but it is probably a thing. Then again, I actually have talked about that several times, especially in the TNG stuff. There is a lot of evidence, I do not have total certainty on this, but there's a lot of evidence that, you know, post-Vietnam was directly influencing the writers of early TNG. This especially makes sense since TOS doesn't have anything that's anti-military. It has bad, it has anti-war, but never anti-military. But then you get to TNG-1, and all of a sudden it's just, the military sucks, and we're not the military. And what happened in between the 60s and the 80s? Vietnam. As I've said several times, Vietnam has had an enormous cultural impact on fiction, at least here in the States. And I think early TNG is one of the biggest consequences of that, as far as Star Trek goes. Hey, we learned teleport. About frickin' time. I guess I should res Takoida. I guess. Sigh. Remember where to do that here. Here we go. Exactly, Crazy Norse. And it really does show, because all you have to do is look at TOS and TNG, TOS Season 1 and TNG Season 1 side by side. And you see the difference in how they approach the military. Well, let me say that differently. How they approach Starfleet. What's funny, though, what really amuses me most, is Starfleet is being portrayed as the good guys in both circumstances. It's just in one of them they're the military, and the other they're not, because the military stopped being the good guys. But all that's real-world stuff. If I was to put it in an in-universe perspective, I would say that early TNG... Oh, cool. I would say that early TNG is... that the characters are like, I'm not part of the military. Because they've had, at that point, like 70 years of unprecedented peace. So, you know... wishful thinking, for lack of a better way to put it. Yeah, Riker being the biggest example here. Good morning, Bregman. Yeah, for how cynical and bitter and depressed and horrible that I am, I do actually kind of go for the utopia thing of Star Trek. Just not full utopia, you know what I mean? Just like, you know, people being good is something I'm on board with. That being said, I'm totally not into the Roddenberry box, as I've said many, many times. Holy crap. Just, wow. I should pull up that quote. I don't have the book. The book's in storage right now. I wonder if there's a quote of it on Memory Alpha. There might be. See if I can find it really quick. Give me a second. Melissa Snodgrass comments on Gene Roddenberry nearly discontinued her story. And I quote, "As to the issue of law in Gene's vision, he nearly killed The Measure of a Man because according to Gene, there are no lawyers in the 24th century because if people had criminal intentions, they had their minds made right. I found that chilling. I also pointed out that you have contracts or negotiations or conflict of law between legal systems as well as divorces. Ergo, the idea of no lawyers in the future is ridiculous." But it's just cyberpunk at that point. The reason I bring that up real quick, thank you, Ash, for one full year of support. You were awesome. Very, very much appreciate. Thank you. Welcome to the Ear Club. Do you happen to know where you want to put that? This is related to the military thing. Because only someone with a simplistic mind, yes, I mean that as an insult, would think that lawyers only exist for criminal matters. Yeah, thank you, Skymart, for putting that more simply than I just did. Gene Roddenberry had a really common tendency, especially as a writer, to think only at the surface layer. Well, we can't have military because all the military do is kill people and fight wars. Well, we can't have lawyers because all lawyers do is deal with criminal matters. Oh yeah, there's a crystalline entity that could probably wipe the entire galaxy out, especially given the amount of time it's been around, but we've never heard of it before and it has no problems. And so forth and so on. Overlord, you got it, Ash. Give me one moment. I gotta write this down over here. He was, like I said, I wonder if he was a dirty cop. I don't know. He's a despicable human being, so he might have been, but I don't know if he was a dirty cop. Okay, save. Yeah, in the future, people don't grieve. We've evolved beyond our need for... I mean, I author tracked. I'll say this. I absolutely author tracked. I have my own perspectives, I have my own opinions, and I totally put that into my writing. I am 100% guilty of that. But A, I'm willing to agree with the fact that I'm wrong. And B, I don't take it to a ridiculous extreme. And C, I'd like to think I don't write that simply. Oh, absolutely, Skymark. I highly encourage you to watch at least my first few TOS episodes. The Ruminations. Because it's astonishing how many people who are not Gene Roddenberry made Trek great in TOS. And if you ever want to know Gene Roddenberry's contribution to Trek, Mudd's Women, which will come up more than once. Forgive me, I hate to plug my own stuff, but I'm actually proud of the TOS Ruminations. It's very rare I'm proud of my own rooms, but I think I did a really good job with the TOS stuff. I had a lot to talk about, and I had a lot of sources to cover, and there was a lot of topics, and I don't know, I nailed it. I nailed it, damn it! Flex! I feel awkward now saying it, but it's true. I am proud of the TOS Ruminations. Not the first opportunity, more like the second opportunity, but yes, Bragwin. The Enterprise rooms are okay, too. You can watch those if you want to. That's up to you. If only I could rewrite Enterprise, though. Does it really, Mr. Red? I mean, I believe you. It's almost like it has most of the modern Dragon Quest features that the other two didn't. I will admit this, TOS was a much better show than I thought it would be. Going through with analysis mode, there are some surprisingly good episodes there. And then there's the rest of it. TAS? TAS was not as bad as I thought it would be. That sounds like faint praise, and that's because it is. But it wasn't. It was not as bad as I thought it would be. So, make of that what you will. Oh, TOS was mind-blowing for the time. But my point is, I think TOS is still a good show now. Not full tilt, Skymart, but yes. I didn't sit there and recite the whole alternate script because it's a completely different story in virtually every way. Now, I haven't watched any of New Trek yet, Ash. I don't really even have any plans to watch any of New Trek yet. Yeah, DQ... I've noticed there's several games we've reviewed that are just basic, and as a direct consequence, they are basic. There's not a lot of positives, but there's not a lot of negatives either. When you try more stuff, you have a chance of screwing more stuff up. So we'll see what we think of 3 as we're finished. I have to admit, I'm not super impressed with the power progression curve yet, but I don't want to give it a negative yet because, well... honestly, I did deliberately pick a suboptimal team so that the mid to late game would be better. So my early game is going to be worse, like objectively. And that is kind of on me. I think 100% of my nations are gray, Gum-Gum. I could be wrong, but if you remember, you actually asked me if there were any black nations, or dark nations. That sounds terrible. My point is nations that are pure evil, acceptable targets, because we had a whole discussion about the concept of acceptable targets. Not really Trihexia. I think the Peacekeeper Wars is about as good as it was going to get. I think it was pretty good. That's just me. But... you... There's nothing wrong with universally accepted targets. It's just I don't think I have any in my setting. This way, all right, all right. Yeah, there's a gadabout on my team. It'll be great later. It really will. But for right now, kind of sucks. And that's just the price I accepted. But anyways, to finish answering you, Ash, I have no plans to cover New Trek or even watch New Trek. I've been kind of glancing at a few things with regards to New Trek, so I'm aware of story beats and how incredibly stupid the burn is. Oh my god. But, you know. Exactly, Takota. It feels like it's nothing. You're wearing nothing at all. Nothing at all. Nothing. Sorry. I can appreciate basic games too, but I will also admit that they tend to invest me substantially less. It's like Sierra Mike over there. He's basic, but I don't want to sit down and marry him, you know what I mean? I need more from a man. Thank you, Sierra Mike. See you around. Thank you for the sub. I'll put that towards Battlezone Redux. He does have money, that's true. And isn't that what love really is all about? See you around, Sassy Saddles. But yeah, to name just one thing that I'm lacking in right now, AoE damage. That's definitely going to happen, Asiros. 100% and with total certainty. I'm a great liar. I can lie so well. And everyone believes me when I do. Anything in TAS I would call great? No. Even Yesteryear, which is the best episode of TAS, is okay. It still has rather substantial issues with it. Not the least of which being the fact that it's in TAS. It's a form of peace, Brigwin. It's like saying that Crazy Norse is an extremely valuable member of this. Yeah, there were 22-minute episodes, I say, Ross. Why would I would look at them like they just said nonsense to me, Gum Gum. Why? Wait a minute, are you saying that? Did you give in to the Jedi side of the Force? The Star Wars speculation is a path to avenues of thought some might consider to be unnatural. I still not have... Yeah, no, I don't. Okay, whatever. Let's kill some fungools. Well, there's no connection between those two facts, system error, but TAS did not great. So much of TOS was doing okay mostly in syndication, not when it was actually live. That's what led to TAS's launch. But TAS itself didn't do particularly well, probably because it sucked. Hey, a person. Hello, person.
This place has been home to the world's greatest bandits for generations. Ah, feel the history.
No. It would be more relevant to look at how well animation did, in more modern senses, because TAS was just not good is the nicest way I can put that. TAS did win an Emmy, which I find hysterical, by the way. Yeah, Lower Decks is an animated show. TAS is a compromise. And Lord, does it shows. Hey, it's an Iller Pillar. Wait. Oh, thank goodness. We didn't get poisoned. Just have to get it. Crazy, could you stop juggling? I hope there's not a boss at the end of this place, because if there is, we are super dead. I love the puns. Puns are the essence of flavor. I'm not actually joking. I do love puns. Goldilocks and the 3 bars. That's all I'm going to say. What's funny is it took me most of that chapter to get that one, too, if you remember. Like, we were building the 3rd bar, and I'm like, oh. I mean, Palpatine was probably right to axe them, Gum Gum. Because he was evil. But I would totally have kept them around. Because I'm not an idiot. And, you know, not evil, too. That's important. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's a reason I remember BoF 3 kind of badly, and it's entirely on the gameplay axis. The story of BoF 3 is great. Actually, I shouldn't say that, because every time I say, this game sucks, but the story is great, then we review it, and it turns out the story's not as good as I remember. And that's happened more than once. So I need to stop saying that. Oi, you lot. Looks like we got some unwanted guests, yeah? Hi. Please don't kill me. Well, in all honesty, what's probably happening, this is theory, of course, what's probably happening is I'm playing a game in the past, and I'm not really enjoying the playstyle, so I latch onto the story more than I otherwise would. In short, I make the story better than the story actually is. So, and I can name 2 games that happened with right off the top of my head. Super Paper Mario and Breath of Fire 2, and it just occurred to me Final Fantasy 2 would be on that list as well. Just what we need. But at the boss now, eh? Guys! I'm here to help. Fair play to you. You're doing alright making this far, but if you think you're going to catch me this season, you got another thing coming. See ya! Okay. I'll just go right back up. Really? That is the best scene in that movie. That game, Mr. Red. Well, that was a long trip for nothing. Wait, they're right here. You don't give up, do you? Well, if you're so bleeding desperate for a piece of Robin Hood, I'll give you one. We might not be okay with this fight. I mean, I've seen worse S.A. Ross. I don't want to sound like I'm saying it's the worst ever, but it's the worst game I've ever made in the history of the universe. Any questions? Oh god, the Robin Hoodlums. Their name is Robin Hoodlum. Okay, that's bad. We didn't even take out one. This is death. This is super death. Okay. Do I have... I do not. I'm being facetious, obviously, S.A. Ross. I don't remember BoF 3's gameplay that well, but I haven't played it since it came out. So, big asterisk to any statements about that. I have been very interested in making games. I've been studying game design for most of my life at this point. However, no, I've never actually made a game. I have no cred. I might actually have this. Oh, why did I say that? Sorry, Crazy, you might be about to die. It's you or me. Oh, right. That's why we keep these. Don't even joke about that Von Falkenstein. Is it total control, Crazy Norse? Or just like, I happen to be the CEO, which is not total control? What genre of game would I make? All? Is that a genre? No, I know what you're asking. I don't really have an answer for you, I'm afraid. I'm dead. That's really bad. That was our only actual damage dealer there. And our only healer. Damn, 2 crits. He's still not down. Nope, that's game. Whew. Yeah. I'm surprised he didn't crit with his ridiculous luck, but whatever. So. Oh. Whatever. We don't have any fun Falkenstein. We walked into very little, the whole fight with very little mana anyways, too, so that's part of the problem. So yeah, obviously the number of games I would want to make is substantial. I actually keep notes of different game ideas I have over the years. Internal system error. Oh, I would just go back to town, but I'd lose half my money, Gigapudding. And right now, money is kind of a valuable resource, so I need to not have that happen. Speaking of which... what do we got? Really tempted to get that broadsword. What do we got here? I could get that for Crazy instead. Have Crazy do something. Or get one suit of iron armor, probably for me. Or two shields. Which might not be a bad idea, too. Let's do this. I mean, everything is the answer. Come. So I don't know how to answer you, I'm afraid. There we go. Okay. And now we're broke again. Why would you like gambling, though? I'm kidding, kind of. Gambling is actually a pretty good example of black licorice to me, to be completely honest. Design, Mr. Red. Study design. And if you... So, and there's two types of design there you could study. Either there's the ideas of design, like this enemy should do this kind of thing, and then there's the programming design, which is a separate thing. Of course I buy lottery tickets, but that's because it's actually kind of stupid not to, statistically speaking. And I could use that money. It would be very useful. But to say that I gamble is something that I just raise an eyebrow at. That's like saying I'm an alcoholic for the fact that occasionally I'll have, like, a sip of wine. I feel like you're missing the point there. Anyways, someone asked about me taking over a company. It was Crazy Norse, there it is. And you clarified 51% owner. So only owner, but not actually in charge. Got it. Well, in that case, I'd just pick the biggest company out there with the most money, and then I would gouge that company for every cent I could, and then I would retire and go take care of me and mine. I wouldn't bother gigapudding, but that's just me. What, I'm not going to be able to do anything with, like, EA, for example, or Actiblizzard. I'll be like, alright, let's do this, and they'll be like, no. Well, let's do this. Well, we're going to oust you. What? Yeah, we've removed you from control, because we can do that. Oh. Okay. Or, I could take a few dozen $1 million and walk away from it and put it to good use. Easy answer. Yeah, you'll kind of see crafting when it comes to Hordes of the Underdark. Gigapudding. Again, if you want to go for it, go for it. Just don't expect much. That's really all that is boiling down to. Companies crave China money because they're stupid. And yes, I mean that sincerely. God, I don't know, internal system error. First game? That's like, at that point I might as well just roll a dice. There's so many games I want to make. I have ideas for grid-based tactical games, 4X strategy games, grand strategy games, side-scrolling platformers, side-scrolling Metroidvanias, games I don't know how to qualify genre as, concept games. Anyway, so a company that's not a publisher, Crazy Norse? I suppose Yacht Club Games would be my first pick there. What's stupid about Chinese money? Hey, Mr. Red, I'm a demon. Now, I'm gonna give you a whole crapload of gold and silver, but in about 50 or 60 years, your children are going to owe their souls to me, okay? By the way, that's actually highballing. It's probably closer to just 1 or 2 decades from now. Since we are already currently seeing Chinese governmental decisions having substantial influence on American company decisions after China did massive investment into these companies about a decade ago. So. Whoops, I already went from there. Like, I'm sorry, that is a stupid decision economically. It is the example. Even if you don't care about ethics or morality or decency or the fact that Takoida's out of mana again, it's just, it is a severe short-term gain for long-term loss. And it's not even that much short-term gain. I can't talk. No kidding, Takoida. Jeez Louise. What's funny is we're hanging pretty well, it's just we're draining your mana dry doing it. I do have an idea on that front. So we'll see if we can manage the boss fight one more time, and if we don't, well then we'll pull the same trick again and go do this a third time. Just grab a save. That's interesting because, you know, Resident Evil 2 Remake is awesome, but Resident Evil 3 Remake is terrible, so I guess it... I don't know, I don't see the perspective there, Raven King, personally. Oh my god, fall. Okay. We're going to approach this a little bit differently this time. Hopefully that extra defense is worth something. Jesus, Takoida! And Takoida's dead. Wow! Okay. Yeah, no kidding. That was full-on focus fire right into your face. Jesus. Oh, that's bad. I'm just gonna go ahead and reload there. That's not happening.
back we go. I'm going to change my strategy slightly. I suppose I should walk back, get the gold and all that. Well, resetting them, which I did a few days ago, seems to have helped us here, Ross. Why do we crave China's money in the first place? I mean, that depends on how you define that. China has been a mercantile powerhouse since the triple-digit range, you know? Yeah, it's pretty much the moment Rome became aware of China. It was like, oh, money. Stop trying to run, Crazy Norse. There's no escape! What is my gold doing? Not great. See, the problem is, feel is such a vaguely defined thing, Raven King, that I'm not sure it's possible to deliberately keep feel from a remake. I know that sounds strange. I mean, you could try, but I don't think it's something you can intentionally do. I just think it's something that's going to happen one way or the other. Or not going to happen one way or another, regardless of the quality of the game in question. Now, that's theory. I don't actually know if that's true, but, you know. So what you're saying, Raven King, is you're China! Okay, we did it. We killed the evil one. We're okay. That being said, I do think there are plenty of examples of remakes that are, you know, good. But I've noticed over the years that the difference between whether someone likes a proper remake or not, or whether someone likes a remake or not, excuse me, thereby qualifying it as proper or not, that's very, very independent on the person. Let's see. Looks like I can't boost your defense anymore, Dakota, so... Getting focus fired is something I don't have the power to stop, apparently. With that in mind, I might go for that on Harma soon. Yeah, like, you get my point, Raven King. It's obviously on the devs to make a good game, but whether or not it succeeds at the feel, whether it is called a proper remake, I think is really more up to the players than it is the actual game itself. Shrug. Yeah, I think I'm actually going to save up for a chain whip here. No, Gum Gum? But I'm probably misunderstanding, because I don't see how that applies. So I'm going to go with well, and just kind of leave that question mark there. Let's go explore Finland while we're here. What's up here? What's up here? Raven Lunatics. Man, these things actually hurt. Jeez Louise. They give decent gold, though. Not great. The guard's asleep. I'm not gonna make a historical joke. It's not gonna happen.
Well, no vendors, and I don't want to hit the story points yet, so we're just gonna leave that be. I tend to vary, Diligent Dodo. I'm not pro remake or pro original or pro anything, really. I'm pro good game, you know what I mean? And that's my core ideology in a nutshell. Is the game good? Yeah, well then there you go. Every other factor there is just kind of secondary to that one. Interesting, Dakota. Feels limes. Which, of course, do what they do. Damn it, Crazy. Crazy Horse just shuts out everything around them. He goes la 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 la. Crazy died in the middle of all that. Oh yeah, FF7 was beautifully timed. I've said that many times. Now, I do think FF7 is a legitimately good game, and I do think the fact that it's a good game helps. But FF7 was perfectly positioned. If FF6 had come out when FF7 did, the same thing would have happened there. And probably the same with like FF5 or 4 or 9. Probably 10. Or Dragon Quest 3. Or Dragon Quest 8. Yeah, I was gonna say, that sounds like spreadsheets on spreadsheets, honestly, Dakota. I mean, cool, but oof. 2011, S.A. Ross, roughly. Yeah, let's go and get the whip for Harmacy. It is slightly better. But more to the point, it's an AoE weapon. Yeah, I think a priest with a lance is a good idea. Couple levels, one new item. See if we can beat this boss before we advance and before, you know, lunch break. Let's see if we can advance before the lunch break. I'm probably going to reheat some lasagna for today. No, Gum Gum, not at all. Ignoring the fact that I've already said that twice now. No, the hegemony are... I don't know what I would call them. And that's the whip, by the way, in a nutshell. Crazy Norse holds off on doing anything for right now. Damn it, Crazy Norse. This is why I didn't give a whip to Crazy Norse. That would just be probably not a great idea. Okay, let's see if we can get to the top with mana intact. That's a good question, Trihexia. So I like the Ratchet & Clank remake quite a bit. In fact, I like it more than the original. So I can't answer your question because I don't agree with your point. Sorry. It's okay. I've been told that I'm definitely the weirdo on that one. And apparently most actual Ratchet & Clank fans think the remake sucks. I liked the weapon design, I liked the level layout, I liked the smoothness of the controls, and I liked the combat. And most of the encounters and enemies were pretty fun to fight, too. It also genuinely made me laugh more than a few times, and had substantially better voice acting. How does the Empire handle bootlegging? Why would they need to? I mean, at this point, I don't think it's going to happen, Raven King. Certainly, if it was going to happen, we probably would have heard whispers of it by now. Then again, who knows? Dragon Quest XI was considered something that should be, it's like, hey, if Dragon Quest XI sells well, then that'll determine the future of the Dragon Quest series in the West. And it's like, okay, well, it sold incredibly well. We're still waiting to hear the follow-through on that particular circumstance. I guess I just don't get the point, Gum Gum, of why a nation would have to get involved in bootlegging. Listen, we all know Americans are dumb and stupid, fat, terrible idiots who know nothing. Therefore, there's no reason to bother giving them stuff that they are willing to pay for. That's stupid, obviously. Excuse me. I need to get the rest of the bullets out of my gun, so I'm going to go shoot myself in the foot for a few times. There we go. Gun's empty. It is a very efficient way to get the ammo out of the gun. That's the goal. We need to... bootleg refers to... I don't know where the term comes from. But bootleg refers to a cheap knockoff version of a thing. Which isn't that big of an issue unless someone is either stupid or desperate. Which is why I'm confused as to why a national government would need to get involved in it. If you buy an ugly, weird Pikachu doll, that's kind of on you at that point, you know? That being said, there are other unrelated issues there, like, for example, the fact that you probably need to regulate the construction of certain productions of products in order to make sure that they adhere to safety standards and decency standards. You know, to make sure that that Pikachu doll is not filled with, you know, cocaine or glass shards or something. Yeah, take 3 now. Why did that only hit one person? Are they counted as 3 separate entities for a row? Oh, that's bullcrap. Half the reason I got that whip was so I could AoE damage her, but it looks like they each count as a separate row. They'd probably nationalize it. Yeah, I'm going. Taquetta's dead. I mean, they may just be targeting the priest. I don't know. You're in the back. You're third in the back there, so you should be targeted less, if I understand this correctly. But oh, the row thing? Oh, that's totally deliberate. They totally did that to screw over your AoE, because screw you and screw your AoE. 100%. Alright, Crazy, I'm gonna let you die. Just want you to know that. Not gonna let Harmacy die, though. Hang on. Live, Harmacy! I probably shouldn't die either. I mean, it kind of depends, Crazy Horse. Like, monopoly on what, with what, how do they operate, you know. I mean, I know Disney themselves are terrible, so in that case, no, but if they just take over Disney and then use Disney, then yeah, sure, why not? I mean, you'd be surprised, Raven King. Crazy's... Oh no, Crazy's dead. It's what the text there just said, word for word. He keeps defending. This fight, my god. A bit early to have a bit of a difficulty cliff, but damn. Here we are. How much health does this jackass have? I've done a couple hundred of damage already. That's true, Crazy Norse. They also don't have to take over. They could just walk in and be like, all right, look, stop being evil. Stop being evil. We'll let you keep operating and keep having your monopoly, but you need to quit it. And they'd be like, okay. And then they'd keep being evil, and then they'd die. Then the remaining people would stop being evil, and then it would be fine. It's so simple, really. No. Internal system error. That's the Galactic Empire. Different organization. So I'm out of mana. So how much freaking health do you have? Jesus Christ. Look at this. Look at this. Ah, God, I didn't think I was going to make that. It's an organization I built for my own setting. That's all. It's one of the larger interstellar organizations. Okay. Alright, it's a fair call. I'll give you the Poxy Crown back. Just let me go, will you? Yeah, sure.
Cheers, ears. Here's a sight. Be lucky, yeah?
I'll take that.
Well, let's get the hell out of Dodge. Do we have enough mana? We have enough mana for a zoom. Yeah, let's, Actually, yeah, Gum Gum. I mean, I'm not sure of the specifics because I've been debating copyright law lately, but... How much money do I have? Not that much. But it boils down to an idea, which I've talked about before. For those of you not aware, the original idea behind copyright law was to help protect creators immediately and enrich creativity long-term. Now, that's a huge simplification, but that was the original intent, right? Now, I kind of like that intent, and, well, it boils back to that question, should someone be able to make a Star Wars thing now? Now, when I ask that question, most people say, no, of course not. I don't agree with that. I think there should be nothing wrong with Takoida right now saying, I'm going to make a Star Wars flick, and doing it, and it's legal to do so. Because that's the idea. You profit off it for X number of years, and then it's free. It's open to the public. And people can just go forward with Star Wars. There would probably be like a core Star Wars, which is the canon of Star Wars. It keeps getting pushed out. It's happened several times, Internal System Error. Because that's what happened, is they were like, oh, well, you know, if you think about it, the creator may own it, but actually the company owns the rights to the thing. Oh, okay, well then in that case, we'll have to determine the creator. The copyright holding will be based on the ownership of the company, not the creator. Well, hang on, but what if the company doesn't fold? Well, then we'll set a hard deadline of X years. Well, hang on, it's been X years. We're still making money off of this. Can we push that back a few more decades? Yeah, sure. You know, hang on. We're still existing and making money off of this. Can we push that back another few deadlines? Yeah, sure. And they're probably going to do that again in a couple years here. So, that's a super summary of copyright law in a nutshell. It really is coming up again in a few years here, when Disney is going to lose the rights to Mickey Mouse, specifically. There's actually a couple that are coming up. And what is most likely going to happen is they're going to readjust the rule to what's called infinity minus one. That's actually a legal term. And it means pretty much exactly what it sounds like. Hey, I got your king. Your king. Wow. I got your crown, Kingy. Can it really be true? Have you brought our crown back to us, Runnus? Oh, you are a hero indeed. Worthy of the realm of your own to rule. Deserving of a crown. Will you take the crown of our dear country in my stead? It weighs so heavily upon my brow. Assent, and I will abdicate immediately in your favor. Will you accept the priceless gift I offer? It's usually governments. National governments, like circuit courts, higher circuit courts. Sorry, Lore Mom. Saying hi to Lore Mom. She's reading through some David Weber books right now. So anyways, no. You do not like the idea? But how will you know unless you try it? It'll be no good changing your mind later. This is the only chance you'll ever have to live the life of a royal. Oh god, that's right, this is a
This is a but thou must, isn't it? Alright, fine. Yes. All hail Grunus, king of... Wait, what am I saying? You're a lady. A lady cannot become king? But queen, on the other hand, you would be the first Romarian in history. It would be the first in Romarian history. And there must always be a first, no. Woman or not, it was you who defeated Robin Hood. A victory worthy of a mighty monarch. Okay, in real talk, that was a hell of a fight, so... Very well, it should be so. A queen is born. Long live the queen. Viva la regina. We're queen now. Ugh. I like how we have a queen as the queen. Gaspita, why, Queen Runus, you look radiant this day. My husband, the previous king, was a good leader, but men, they do not notice the small things, the details, see? I look forward to a truly enlightened reign. A queen is born, our nation's first. Long live Queen Runus. Viva la Myron, apparently. Jesus Christ, Myron. That's gonna be happening until the lunch break. Romario is a queen, a town most fair with a queen of beauty that's beyond compare. A wonderful, beautiful, magical queen, sent by the goddess to rule us serene. All hail her majesty, viva la regina. What is wrong with my hair? And why did it suddenly change color? Why does my crown suck? That's it, I'm out of here. I've heard the news. You are our new queen, Runus, see? Then by the order of the royal guard, I must ask you, do not leave the town, your majesty. Oh, hey, P. Jenny. Thank you for keeping me hydrated. Thank you very, very much. Oh, hang on. Gonna hold up the drink for just another second so you can see I'm toasting to you. Thank you very, very much, Myron. Oh, God. Yeah, that's just gonna be happening for like a few minutes here. But thank you very, very much, Myron. Always appreciate your support. Happy birthday. You are awesome. Thank you. I can't tell when you could see me, I just realized, because there's just this constant thing here. I get like a second. Hang on, I'm going to watch the thing. Okay, thank you. And it's gone! I'm just gone. Nobody actually wants to see me. They just want to see the Lich King. You are the sun, the moon, the ground beneath our humble shoes. Viva la Regina, the great and powerful. May your ear reach your ankle. Wait, what? I mean, why wouldn't they be Game Master Me? Myron, you know the question. Do you know what you'd like to put those many, many subs towards? Oh god, what is that? It's yes, my list is about a year long. That is actually a true statement. Take your time. Just let me know. And congrats on beating the world for another year. For real. Screw the world. If you'll forgive me for quoting myself, life isn't fair, and that is why it is our job to make up the difference. Ranus, can it be you? You're preeminent indeed. You seem almost as if a queen of this country. Do you want to tell him? Should I tell him? Nah. Victory is life, and death is the only true peace. Wait, that's Mech Warrior. Never mind, never mind. In the grim dark of the... Wait, that's Warhammer. He made you a queen in his place, so he still cannot mend his foolish ways. Ah, porca miseria. Yeah, sorry. XCOM 2, you got it. I've heard the tale of how the mighty Runnus bested wicked Robin Hood and returned the crown to our kingdom. You're indeed worthy of ruling us. Super worthy. Not only am I hounded by my wife in my home, now I am to be ruled by a woman in my place of work. I may actually have to do my job. Majesty, forgive my foolish mutterings. Ham. XCOM 2, you got it, Myron. I need the math in my head and I'm failing at it. So that's 60? No, that's 55. That's what it says. This is a remaster Fusion Catalyst. The NES version didn't have many of the things that we have. I don't know how different this is from the SNES or the GBC versions, though. Enjoy FF10, Myron, as ever. Thank you again. Oh, it looks like the notification stopped. I don't know, Takoida, would be my answer to that. I mean, you know me, I try to do a thorough run, especially if, you know, a game is, all the stuff is out for it, but I don't know, like I said. With your beautiful person on our throne, the country is surely destined for greatness. Okay. Long live the Queen. Cribio, goodness. Salve. It's an honor. By the way, has the hero still not come from Alayahan to save us? That is strange, no. Majesty, it's too dangerous for you to leave town. For reasons of security, we ask you remain within the town gates. But I gotta go level. And where's my party? Your Majesty, good day. I pray you are healthy and well. Viva la Regina. By the way, the former king went down the stairs here. Really? Che diavolo fai? What are you doing in a place such as this? Ah, signora. You appear to be very wealthy indeed. Per favor, feel free to spend as much money as you please. Well met, my friend. It is I, the former king, and may I say that being a commoner is much more fun than I'd ever imagined. Have you tried gambling? It's most amusing. Whap! How goes the governing? Is the throne to your liking? Do you not let the kingdom fall in the ruins now? Hope our paths will cross again soon. Ho, 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 ho. Oh, 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 oh. Queen Renessa. Long live the Queen. Your Majesty, what are you doing in this place? It's so beneath your station. Me? Oh, I came here to see how the other half live, as I'm sure have you. Yeah, it's called slumming it. I understand completely, Majesty. You don't need to explain your presence to me. You're human, after all. And when we are told that such a thing is prohibito, we do wish it even more, do we not? We are but mortals. Do not worry, I will tell not a soul of your being here. Not a soul. The Queen. Majesty, this is no place for a woman of your standing. It's too vulgare. Please, you must leave. Right. But yeah, no, this is Enix. And this particular release is Square Enix. And Nintendo is way less harsh than they were back in the 80s, so... I cannot in good conscience allow you to be queen if it does not make you happy. It was a brief but small break from kingship, but it was just what the doctor ordered. Very well. Back to the game. I did not witness it myself, but it seems you were quite the well-loved ruler. It's a shame you relinquished your crown so soon, but I hope the experience was a valuable one. I expect great things from you in the future. Do not disappoint me. Just between ourselves, I too have served as sovereign. 5 times. Should you ever wish to experience royal life again, I'm sure His Majesty would be more than willing to accommodate you. And so wish to see how our dear country might blossom under a young queen such as yourself. But it cannot be helped. Così va il mondo. Such is life. You must do what you must do.
Are you coming on to me, ma'am? I just... No judgment, I'm just curious, because you're married. Which version of the game? Internal system error. Because that's a relevant question for something like this. Because this exact version of this game we're playing came out in 2019. So, we need to narrow it down a little bit. Yeah, Bayonetta is actually a Nintendo exclusive title now. The one that had the bunny in a bikini. I don't know? But yeah, the original came out in '88, so there you go. Debate. Weirdly enough, I don't actually have a quest hook right now, but I do have a place I could go. I should probably just warp up there. Where am I at? There I am. I mean, they do have a rep, you're right, but it... Shrug. Bent and broken in many places over many years. What the heck is a Zoomer, Game Master? Oh, they're all asleep. I remember which town this is. Gen Z? Actually, I believe I'm a millennial. By technical definition. Which I always find amusing. In fact, you'd have to be, I think, 2 years older than me to not be a millennial. 2 or 3. Hey, I see the strength. Yep, I'm right. 2 years older than me. '82, by the way. I have no idea who you might be, but you must return the Dreamstone for us to the fairies, yes? If you are not finding and returning it, all the people you see here will be cursed to sleep forever. The fairies dwell in the small village hidden in the woods by a cave that is west from here. Please help us. Oh, okay. If it's not obvious, I don't care about generation markers. They're kind of vague and broad things that honestly aren't really used to good effect anyway, since they're usually used to just try and fling insults at people. I love the sound, the way that they write out the idea of someone being snoring. Listen, this is a snore. Wazza fuzza wooza Yeah, quite a few sci-fi movies came out the year I was born. It's funny. Okay. So this is the sleeping town. And as I'm playing this, I'm realizing that this game is a lot more Dragon Quest VII than I remembered. If you don't know what I mean by that, Dragon Quest VII doesn't really have an overarching narrative. I mean, it kind of does. Kind of. But really, Dragon Quest VII is, here's a short story. And then here's another short story. And here's another short story. So you notice we just did a short story for Italy, and now we're doing a short story for Finland and Sweden up here. And yeah, that's going to be a recurring trend. Which is fine. It's just, I forgot that's the format they used for this one. We have a big bad to go to beat, but he's not going to show up for like a couple days.
At the rate we're going. But it is lunchtime. So I'm afraid it's time to stab. I mean, go get lunch. I will be back in roughly an hour.